Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, I am so sorry for the delay again. We're back. We're gonna continue on with our case here. We have the little box. So, this is the article in question, is it? The small box deposited with the pawnbroker by Mr. McGilded 2 months ago. And on the night of Mr. Windibank's murder, the only item on the shelves that was touched by whoever broke into the shop.
Quick, quick! Let's open it and see what's inside!
It's the music player! Good gracious, this is no ordinary box, it seems. Wow. Although, in truth, I had an inkling that it might be the case. I thought it was just gonna be another disc inside. It would appear that the box houses a miniature music box movement. Huh. Then, that isn't too much to expect. I think it would be reasonable to assume that it is a device for the playback of this disc, my lord. So, here we have the means to play back Mr. McGilded's disc deposited of Windibank's at much the same time. Not strictly correct, my lord. It was not McGilded's disc. It was the disc of his victim in the omnibus. But why, for heaven's sake? Are we to understand that the brickmaker was trying to sell this music box disc to Mr. McGilded? I believe the answer will become clear if we listen to the music on the disc, my lord. Yes, very well. Let the court now listen to this curious disc at last.
Hold it!
Wait, my lord! Good grief, what is the meaning of this, Inspector? The music boxes in the disco room were unrelated to the case. No need to spoil the somber atmosphere in the courtroom with some silly bit of music.
Objection!
This disc may very well have motivated the culprit in this case to commit murder.
You know, enjoy the window, buddy. Yeah! Go, 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 go! Go, 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 go! Hey, you're free to go all the way in the window, buddy. Come on! No, what are you doing? All the way.
Clearly, there's every chance that's fundamentally important to understanding what happened. The prosecution has no objection. But no! That piece of evidence is police property! Clearly, Scotland Yard has some vested interest here. But it is policy of this prosecutor to leave no avenues unexplored. And you, Inspector, have no jurisdiction here to prevent that from happening. No further delays, please. Play the disc. It's Morse code. Oh my god. What on earth? It's certainly not what I would call music. No. It's just the same note playing over and over again in an irregular sequence. Mr. Graydon? This really is priceless. After all that, the music box is broken.
Broken? It can't be, can it?
Well, obviously. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if the officer sent to fetch it and drop it on the way back to the courtroom. Well, with much regret, I feel the court must accept that this music box offers little in the way of clues. Are you ready to move on, counsel?
Come on. Yes, alright. It does sound as though it's completely broken, but... is it? Could this music emanating from the box possibly be a new clue? It's definitely... it's Morse code, you idiots! I believe that could be relevant, my lord.
Good lord, but how can it be? It's an abomination, counsel. Mere noise. I fail to see how it can have any meaning whatsoever.
It does sound strange, I agree, but there's one thing bothering me. While Graydon stands there chortling victoriously, the inspector beside him has a rather telling expression on his face. As if Gregson recognizes the sound, as if he's familiar with it somehow. That's making him appear extremely on edge.
If that's the stance of the defense, my Japanese friend, answer me this.
Oh.
Just what relevance do you propose this woeful chiming has on this case?
It's the defense's belief that the sound emanating from this music box is not supposed to be music. Just because this is a music box, it doesn't necessarily mean the sounds we're hearing are music. Look at that. Smile vanished from Graydon's lips as soon as I said it. I'm on the right lines here. I must be. Making detections based on how people react to what you say. You're acting just like Hurley, Bruno.
Objection!
The sounds we're hearing aren't necessarily music. Well, now that you told us what they are not. I'm sure the court would like to hear what they are. Do enlighten us, my Nipponese friend. Surely you have an idea in mind, because if not, it will be the death of your ill-formed argument. Exactly. The music box is clearly broken. Refusing to accept that fact is pure foolishness.
You've got me. I don't know what the answer is. Yet. Bruno. Bruno? I've just examined the music box very thoroughly. And I'm fairly certain that it's not broken at all. Really? Really? The way it's been made, it can only produce a single note anyway. Thank you, Iris. Alright, well, if the music box isn't broken, it must mean that the sounds it's producing have some significance that isn't musical. Could it be? Is that what these sounds are? thoughts just struck me, Bruno. I feel like recently, in the past few hours even, I've heard another sound very much like the one this music box makes. Yes, it's a familiar sound. Actually, Iris, I was just thinking exactly the same thing.
I'm going to have to press the defense for an answer. If your assertion is that the sound produced by this music box is in fact not music at all, then what the devil is it, Counsel?
All the evidence we've seen so far, all the testimony we've heard, it's all pointing to one single answer now.
The prosecution demands that my learned Nipponese friend presents proof now. Tangible proof of this latest wild speculation.
All right then. This could be the best chance I'm going to get to fight back in this trial. And if I'm right, it's going to join all the dots together. The evidence that explains the true nature of the sounds on this music box is...
Take that!
Today's paper, Counsel. The headline is Pawnbroker Perishes in Pig Purse Plunder. Are they supportive of your cause?
Ah, no, my lord. I was hoping you'd look a little further down the page.
Further down. Ministry Mole. Classified secrets may have been leaked to overseas from Ministry of Justice. Yes, this is a very serious matter being investigated at the highest level, I understand. I've heard that international transmissions along with supposedly secure lines are somehow being intercepted and leaked to various other countries.
And presumably, those transmissions are in the form of wired telegrams?
Of course.
Juror number 5, your input, please. Stop! Oh, me, sir? Whatever is the matter? You told the court before that you worked at the same communication station as Mr. Graydon, did you not? Yes, that's correct. And the particular station where you work deals with government communications and newspaper reports? Oh, yes! Oh, hi, kitty. Hi! Oh, you're looking to go out? You can go around. Come on. It's okay. Oh, yes! Why not you run the mill communication station and all? Our work is extremely important. Then tell me, is this not a very familiar sound? Hmm? You don't mean to say, is it? That's right, madam. It bears more than a passing resemblance to the sound made by your telegraph machine as you tap it. I believe it's called Morse code. I don't believe it! Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but when it comes to leaking telegrams from government departments, there could be nobody more perfectly placed than a highly skilled communications officer. Are you suggesting that the music box disc contains stolen government secrets and Morse code?
Order! Order! Please, everyone, order! Well, this is high treason, Counsel. Deserving of capital punishment.
So much no vocabulary. What is it treason? What is capital punishment? sorts of words I'd have expected you to know.
For our sovereign government's confidential information, hostile nations would surely pay almost any price.
Yes, and on that night 2 months ago, that was the very negotiation that was taking place inside the omnibus.
But in the end, McGilded perished, and the all-important disc lay unclaimed in the pawnbrokery. My word!
In which case, whoever stole that information in the first place must surely have been beside himself with worry. Because if the disc were to be discovered before it found its way out of the country,
It would reveal an act of high treason, punishable by death.
so the culprit had no choice but to retrieve it. And in order to do that, he would have to gain entry to the pawnbrokery illegally in the middle of the night. Because the article left behind by Mr. McGilded would incriminate him too much if it got into the wrong hands. Isn't that right, Mr. Graydon? You think I've been stealing government secrets? Preposterous! Absolutely preposterous!
So, in response to the defense's accusation, you claim complete innocence, do you?
Well, of course I do. I've had to stand here in silence while that pretentious foreign lawyer has been prattling away.
Objection!
Then by all means, counter the charges, sir.
Ugh.
The prosecution demands the witness testifies in response to the accusations brought by the defense. Delighted, I'm sure. The witness is reminded that the crime under scrutiny in this trial is murder of the pawnbroker, Mr. Windibank. That being a most flagitious offense which the law of this land sanctions a capital punishment. But the heinous act of high treason is no less serious a crime. I urge you to bear that in mind as you testify, Mr. Graydon.
Specify. Hello, brain. Come on.
So then, let us
Hold it!
proceed. You may...
You gotta let us have a rabbit and pork in here, Governor. We've got things to say.
I beg your pardon? Who do you think you are?
Name's Nash Skulkin. Occupation is professional baddie. Name's Ringo Skulkin, but we ain't baddies enough to sell 'em out our motherland. That's right. We are what they call the Three Skulkin Brothers. Every time. Bad timing, fellas. Very bad timing. Crane's counter. A mere communications officer couldn't possibly steal confidential government information. Besides, the sounds produced by that music box aren't even Morse code. It was some low-class brickmaker negotiating with McGilded anyway, was it not? I had no relation to the man. Look, all we done was break into the gaff the other night like what he told us to do. If we known there was dodgy government secrets involved, we wouldn't have touched it. He's just astonished.
Mr. Skulkin.
What Mr. will do, Governor? What's up?
Do I take it that you now admit to the crime? That on the night in question, you did indeed gain entry to the premises illegally? And moreover, you did so as a party of 3 in collaboration with Mr. Graydon here.
Waited, Gov, waited.
Quieten down, please. What say you to that, Mr. Graydon?
I have no idea what these 2 ruffians are referring to. You little rotter, getting us mixed in and up in all this monkey business. You've never said nothing about no government secrets. It was supposed to be a straight up job. And what about the king who shop it was, eh? Poor bloke didn't have to die, did he? Oh. Nice to know who your friends are. Whatever these men say, I deny the accusations.
Indeed. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting this little music box to become so significant in the proceedings. However, as it has, I will admit it into the court record as evidence.
Small music box has been entered into the court record. This strange music box only appears to be able to play a single tone. It was deposited at Windibanks 2 days before the black overcoat. Alright, now we get the cross-examination, but before we do that, we are going to look more closely at the music box. Oh? Oh? What is it, Bruno? I've just noticed something about this music box. Looks like the bottom of it opens up as well. Ah, you're right. Well, come on then. What are you waiting for? Let's open it. All right then. Here goes. Look at that. Look at that. It's another movement on the underside. So, does that mean we can set another disc to play back on this side? Yes, I think so. It looks like the 2 movements are linked together. They're linked? So if you had 2 discs, they would play back at the same time. Insane, actually. This is a mechanism that turns the bumps on the disc into sound, isn't it? Yes, the movement. It's how links to the comb with its teeth are plucked by the passing bumps. Usually, the teeth of the comb are different lengths so that each one produces a different tone. But this comb is very strange. All the teeth are exactly the same length. Well, what does that mean? It means that no matter which tooth is plucked by the passing bumps, the music box will make the same sound. I've never seen a music box like it before. Yes, it is strange. Music box that can only play a single note. There has to be some significance to that, surely. It's gonna say the same thing at this point. Who would have thought there would be a second movement on the underside of the box? And this movement's like the other one. The comb's teeth are all the same length. So, this movement also only produces a single tone like the other one. Yes, it must do. Except that the length of the teeth on the 2 combs isn't the same. So the single tone produced by this movement will be different to the single tone we've already heard. What? Basically, each movement can only produce a single note. But the notes they produce are different. Music box that can only play 2 tones. Yeah, I'm sure that's all there is to that music box, but I was not expecting a secret compartment. Alright, press statement 1. A communications officer can't merely steal confidential information. So, is this newspaper headline accurate? Government communications are being intercepted? How could I possibly know? What do you mean by that? Any important government communications are handled by high-level officers, by specialists. General members of staff in the station where I work would never be entrusted with sensitive information. Oh no! Stop! Must say something, stop! Let me guess. Juror number 5. Regular communication station officers aren't as slowly as you're being led to believe. A team of us are responsible for setting up and testing the telegraphs used by the ministry. And Mr. Graydon is the team leader. That's fascinating. Graydon is a highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idle. Stop.
So you had access to the equipment used for these confidential communications, Mr. Graydon.
Well, what's of it? The transmissions are always made behind closed doors, so they can't be heard. In any case, all messages are sent and ciphered. Normal employees couldn't possibly understand them. Oh no, stop! I'll say something, stop! Mr. Graydon regularly attends meetings with ministry technicians and the ministry communications team. He assists them in ensuring that there are no errors in important international communications. And he's received the top prize assigned for cracking convention 5 years in a row now. That's fascinating. He's just absolutely staring daggers. Graydon is highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idol. Stop. Well, your idol would appreciate it if you keep your mouth shut. She should really pick her idols more carefully. I tell you, the Sawyer's accusations are completely unfounded. Alright, statement 2, sound produced aren't Morse code.
Hold it!
They're not? To anyone with a brain, that would be blatantly apparent on listening to that music box for even a few seconds. Of course, of course. Surely it can't be that my learned friend is unfamiliar with Morse code. Ouch. Looks genuinely shocked at my ignorance. I would be more than happy to demonstrate the basics for you, sir. A lesson? Here in court? Morse code is a continuous series of 2 distinct tones. Tones, you say? Yes, a short dot, a long dash. By combining those in different ways, you construct letters. I see. For example, this is A. And this is B. But when you listen to the sound produced by this music box, you only hear one tone, don't you? But it sounds so similar. The rhythm is the same in everything.
But there's no discernible meaning to this apparently random sequence of sounds. So your assertion is fundamentally flawed. This is not Morse code.
No!
Really, you shouldn't be so surprised.
What did I tell you?
That music box is nothing but a worthless piece of scrap. Perhaps you might consider studying your subject matter before casting aspersions in future.
Oh, stop. Nothing to say but stop. Ow!
know. It's so frustrating, isn't it?
Iris?
I mean, if the government secrets were somehow being leaked using the music box. So many other things would slot into place so nicely.
Could there still be something I haven't considered? Would it really be impossible to use this music box somehow to play back Morse code? Give it a try. There's still every possibility that this music box was instrumental in the leaking of government secrets. That's the belief of the defense, at least.
Objection!
Does it please you in some way, my Nipponese friend, to repeat the same line of argument ad infinitum? It's already been established that to be Morse code, 2 tones are required, dots and dashes.
Yes, I'm well aware of that.
Then what? Well, it would appear the defense has a hypothesis to put forward. You had better present your idea at once, counsel. How do you propose that this music box, which appears to produce only a single tone, would have been used to cipher secret messages into Morse code?
Got it!
Yes! This is it then!
Appears you know what's coming, counsel.
What?
Clearly, that was an answer given in desperation by one floundering to substantiate his argument.
Are you serious? Oh, was it that obvious?
I'm sure you're on the right lines, Bruno. It's something about that music box. It has to be.
Continue with the cross-examination, counsel.
Wait. It's because I have to present it like this.
Objection!
That reveals an damning inconsistency.
Damning, you say? As I look at you, counsel, I see your trembling hand, your pallid expression, and your perspiring brow.
Huh? Oh!
It seems to me that is the damning inconsistency here, with the misplaced confidence of your assertion.
Ugh. He has a damning tongue.
You invited, sir.
I get it. Okay, so I need to
Hold it!
I need to open it and then so I need some way to open it and then present the opposite side. So I thought if I clicked the tab where it was gonna be, it would open automatically, but I must be able to open it from there.
Beep, 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 beep.
Don't mind me, I'm
Objection!
just trying to speed my way back to being able to get this attempted. Okay, yep. See, the part of the thing too was I just kind of assumed it was going to. Alright.
Got it!
Good gracious, what am I looking at here? Another movement on the underside of the music box.
What? Huh. It appears, my lord, that the two movements are linked together. In other words, you can put two discs in this music box. And the sounds of both will play back at the same time.
Good heavens.
As the court has heard, Morse code comprises of two tones, a short dot and a long dash. With the second disc in place, this music box could be used to generate Morse code and convey a message.
This is beyond a joke.
I'm sorry.
This poor excuse for a lawyer has absolutely no evidence to support his claims. No, of course. If my learned friend were able to present the court with the second disc, that would be another matter. Well,
I can't. At the moment.
and may I remind the court that, as the witness has pointed out, he was not the one in the omnibus with McGilded 2 months ago striking a deal over the disc or discs. Indeed, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker.
Exactly. I had nothing whatsoever to do with it. Huh.
Though it has holes, I must admit the argument presented by the defense has much promise. I believe the cross-examination should continue.
The link between Graydon and the victim of the omnibus case must be there somewhere. I haven't found it yet.
Oh dear, looks like you need to give your argument more strength, Bruno.
You will reiterate your testimony, if you please, Mr. Graydon.
If I must, though I maintain exactly what I did at the start of this pointless cross-examination. It was some low-class brickmaker negotiating with McGilded anyway, was it not? I have no relation to the man. Okay, we're gonna press on this statement 3. He's got no relation to the brickmaker or McGilded.
Hold it!
So 2 months ago in that omnibus, McGilded killed the brickmaker and stole the disc.
Mr. Mason was a single man with almost nothing to his name. It seems he lived in an Austin quarter some years ago, but people there remember little about him.
That doesn't make much sense though, does it? How would a humble brickmaker come to acquire secret government information?
How indeed?
There must have been somebody else involved behind the scenes in all of this. Somebody who acquired the disc and gave it to Mr. Mason. In order to take it to the meeting with McGilded and negotiate a deal.
Dear me. You may have it in for me, sir, but I assure you, I have far more class than that.
An old brickmaker from an artisan quarter and this well-to-do communications officer. If only I could find some evidence to link the two of them together.
If you have nothing more to add on that note, let's return to the witness testimony.
What is the connection? I think we're gonna press statement 4, which is the Nash statement. We just broke into the gaff like he told us to do.
Hold it!
Like Mr. Graydon told you to do, you mean? That's it, yeah. Who else, eh? Silly me thought he was just popping over for Nats after all the years, but the Rotter had a dodgy job for us. Hey, Ash? Let me stop you there, Mr. Skulkin. After all the years, you say? Do you mean to tell me that Mr. Graydon is an acquaintance of yours? We're the sociable kind of baddies, you know? Sure, let's say Graydon's an old China. They're literally just selling him out and making this harder for Graydon.
Excuse me!
Is something wrong, Mr. Skulkin? Well, I guess Nash is gonna respond. Eh? No, the other Mr. Skulkin. What? Oh, me? When your brother was testifying just now, he said something that seemed to cause you to react. Oh, I was just remembering the old days, that's all. We used to have a right old laugh together way back when. Together with Mr. Graydon, you mean? Yeah, with Vash, I mean, you look him now in that fancy with some fruit and you wait Adam and Eve it. But when he was younger, he was from the border of town just like us. Is that so? But he was always a leery one. He had the brains, he had the savvy. Always coming up with smart ideas like what would never have gone through our heads. Oh, blimey, ain't that the truth? Remember Milverton and Skulkin's milk run? That was a corker, eh? Save it until after the trials. Your reminiscing has no place in this courtroom. And neither does your fruit. Oi, the gaze asked us a question, didn't he? And we was answering. Yeah, we ain't done nothing wrong.
Nevertheless, the court is not prepared to accompany you in your trip down memory lane. Counsel, can we turn our attention back to the testimony, please?
I don't know. Could sentimental story be relevant somehow? Yes, because he mentioned Milverton and Skulkin, and the last guy's last name is Milverton. My lord.
Yes, counsel.
The brothers' last sentiments of statement could hold vital information relating to this case.
Very well, counsel. I will permit the brothers to supplement their testimony with that detail. Briefly, I hasten to add.
Say no more, skulking's never skulking. Say no more, say no more. Milverton and Skulkin's Milk Run. Go, them were the days.
Objection!
Oh no. I need to press more. Let's just consider the implications of that statement for a minute, shall we?
What implications, counsel? Nothing strikes me about it.
Exactly. There's nothing striking about it.
What does strike me is your propensity for the innate, however.
Ugh, I need to clear my head and come at this again from a different angle. So do I need to press it? Overton, Skulkin's Milk Run, Gorb, them were the days. Let's press it. I'm sure I'm going to regret asking, but what exactly was that? Some kind of business? Just a little scheme way I'd gone back in the day when we was youngsters. A bit of fun, really. Delivering fresh milk to the locals, that's what it was all about. That sounds alarmingly legitimate. There must be a catch. I suppose since we're here, I should ask them to elaborate. But on what? The business name. So this business was just a bit of fun, you say? It was just yourselves and Mr. Graydon involved? Yeah, that's it! Milverton and Skulkin's Milk Run, was it? Yeah, that's it! And where did the Milverton part come from? Oh, right! I thought the clever cogs like you have worked that one out. That is... Enough of this! How much longer are we expected to listen to this dribble? I don't... Let me guess. You don't accept anything these two witnesses are saying. Tell me, why is it that it was only at the mention of the name Milverton that you decided to interject? Because well... It was the Abbeys of Owens that one came from. Yeah! His old man was struggling for money so much, his wife walked out on him. She took the name Graydon, then see? But that's what always been Milverton to us. Milverton. So that used to be your surname, did it? Of course not. This is all bunkum. I've been a Graydon since I was born. Do you really think you can rely on the testimony of these two thieves? You're a communications officer attached to the civil service. As such, your personal details will have been thoroughly checked at the time of your appointment. It would be a very simple matter indeed to subpoena those records, Mr. Graydon. Ah!
Well, it would appear that Mr. and Mr. Skulkin's testimony has been reliable, for once. You were born Ashley Milverton, then. Is that correct?
Very well, yes. So Ashley Graydon was once Ashley Milverton. That information could change things, and could turn out to be extremely important. Ashley Graydon's personal profile has been updated in the court record. All of a sudden, we seem to be up to our necks in a serious matter of national security. Although, all this talk about interception of secret government messages is still just conjecture at this stage.
It would explain a number of things, though, wouldn't it? Negotiation Ginny overheard in the omnibus 2 months ago, and the breaking at Windibanks. But the trouble is, it wasn't Mr. Graydon in the omnibus with Mr. McGilded.
No, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker, who was so horribly murdered.
If only there was some link between the two men somehow.
Oh, we just made that link. I know. But Mr. Graydon's testimony seems to be as watertight as ever. I wonder if the key to us making headway with Croc's examination here could be those two brothers. Yeah, we already got the information we needed, so.
Objection!
There we go. Now we can present it that we have it. Mr. Ashley Milverton. Tell me, why did you try to hide your former name from the court? Because I haven't gone by that name for years. It means nothing to me. No, I don't think that's the real explanation at all. The truth is, you had a reason to hide that name.
Explain yourself, please, counsel.
I have here the notes from the omnibus case, my lord. And as we all know, the victim, the man who we now understand to have been negotiating with McGilded.
Yes, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker.
That's right. Only Mason wasn't his surname at all. It was his given name. His full name was Mason Milverton.
Milverton? Do you mean to say Saints alive?
Mr. Ashley Milverton. Is it not the case that the brickmaker, Mr. Mason Milverton, was your father?
I don't... As I believe I mentioned earlier, your family history will have been thoroughly checked when you joined the civil service. And it really would take no time at all for the court to subpoena those records.
The truth is, you have been illegally acquiring highly confidential government information. And selling it to McGilded, selling it on to McGilded in collaboration with your father. Oh! The new facts and evidence unveiled by the cross-examination of this witness all come together to reveal the truth. The truth, you say? That you collaborated with your father, Mr. Mason Milverton, in illegal dealings with Magnus McGilded.
By dint of this music box, you mean, counsel?
Yes. Stealing information being sent in secret government communications and selling it on to McGilded. Mr. Graydon concocted this elaborate scheme of using 2 music box discs to encode the information, as presumably a safety measure against the information falling into the wrong hands.
And a very effective one. I shouldn't have given the scheme any credence whatsoever. But the deal with McGilded went sour, and the brickmaker met his end.
Yes, but before he was arrested, McGilded managed to temporarily dispose of the stolen disc at the pawnbroker. Then, having learnt of the situation, you appeared at Windibanks 2 days ago in an attempt to recover the 2 articles McGilded had placed in pawn there. But that attempt failed. One of the discs was seized by the police, and the other you never found. So, that same night, you enlisted the help of the Skulkin brothers and broke into the pawnbrokery. This time, determined to recover the second disc.
Are you suggesting that the second disc was inside the music box?
Eh? We never knew nothing about that.
On the night that Mr. Windibank was killed, the intruder to the pawnbrokery touched one item and one item alone, the music box.
As rather ingeniously demonstrated using the two prints from the security camera indeed.
So, the question that naturally begs answering is this: why was only that one article disturbed? The answer is obvious, because it contained the second disc which the intruder was desperate to retrieve. Since, if it were to fall into the hands of the police, it would be proof of high treason. Well, Mr. Graydon, do you deny that all of this actually began on that fateful night 2 months ago? I refuse to accept any of this nonsense. Sir. There appears to be blood seeping through the sleeve of your jacket. What? Ugh. 2 nights ago, we know that 3 shots were fired at the scene of the crime in Windibank's pawnbrokery. 1 took the life of the pawnbroker himself. 1 struck the pouch around Mrs. Sholm's waist. And the final bullet struck the calendar on the wall of the shop, having first pierced the arm of one of the intruders. Mr. Graydon, that wound on your arm that you seem to be trying to hide, it's a bullet wound, isn't it? He's got you now, me old China. Time to call quits and croak, I reckon. Oh my god. Don't acknowledge my presence there under any circumstances whatsoever. Those were my terms, remember? And I paid you handsomely to comply. Clearly, I was a fool to think I could trust some common back slum thieves. Huh. Fine, I admit it. I was there in Windibanks that night. I paid this pair 10 guineas to accompany me. And as you've noticed, I sustained an injury in the course of my adventures. But that is all. I admit to nothing more. Stealing government secrets, negotiating with Mr. McGilded. As God is my witness, I'm sure I recall nothing of the sort. He's not going to go down without a fight. Not until I can show hard evidence, I suppose. Nevertheless, the defense has now established a crucial fact. Which is... well, Well, we know that one bullet was fired from each of the 2 firearms we have in evidence. The bullet from the Skulkin brothers' gun hit the pouch around Mr. Sholmes' waist. And the bullet from Mr. Windibank's gun clearly must have been the one that caught Mr. Graydon on the arm.
Indeed it must. We can rule out the possibility that the man shot himself.
And that leads us to only one conclusion. Mr. Windibank was shot by a 3rd gun, which can only have been fired by the 3rd intruder.
Goodness.
Huh. That's right, Mr. Graydon. The only person who could possibly have shot Mr. Windibank that night is you! Hold it! You little upstart! You made a grave mistake when you summoned me here. What? What's that supposed to mean? Yes, as you rightly say, I was there at the pawnbrokers. I did my best to hide the fact, naturally. I had no intention of ruining the distinguished career I'd built for myself at the communication station. But did the thought never cross your mind? Did you never consider the possibility? What do you mean? What thought? What possibility? The possibility that if I was there at the scene, I may have witnessed the crucial moments. You see, this makes me a key witness in the case, and I have my hands firmly around the neck of your client. What?
Are you suggesting?
I saw it all. I saw the very moment that pickpocket girl pointed the gun at the poor, defenseless pawnbroker and shot him. What?
Order! 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 Well, it would seem we are finally entering the last act of this theatrical trial. Mr. Graydon.
Yes.
I trust you are fully aware of the implications here. If it is shown that your claim is false, you will have incriminated yourself as the killer.
Oh, I understand fully.
Then I must ask you to give your formal testimony once more. You will explain to the court precisely what you saw at the moment the defendant allegedly shot the victim.
Nothing would give me greater pleasure. Witness testimony. The moment of the shooting. While these ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance to the shop. When Windibank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shuts himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the people in the door, though. The accused in the black coat shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. I saw the blood spatter all over that wretched girl. Then she tossed the gun out of the people, so I picked it up and made my escape. There's so much wrong with that, I feel like.
Good gracious, this is quite extraordinary testimony. You claim, sir, under oath, to have clearly seen the defendant pulling the trigger. Order! Order! Order!
It wasn't my intention to testify in this way. But neither is it my intention to be found guilty of a murder I didn't commit. So, you see, my hand has been forced. To tell the truth now, it's an act of self-preservation. Huh. The truth? Until now, the prosecution was completely unaware of these details.
Yes, well, sorry about that.
Having shot me in the arm, the pawnbroker was then shot in the back by the accused. And as I said, she was showered in his blood. You say the blood splattered all over the accused's coat. Are you sure on that point? Oh yes, quite sure. All over the black overcoat that pickpocket girl was wearing at the time.
Really? If her coat could somehow be shown to harbor vestiges of blood, that would be the conclusive evidence here.
But such an investigation is entirely possible, my lord. What? Only very recently, a German scientist has developed a technique to identify human blood. So here's to true science, not some amateurish detective's dubious foray into the world of chemistry.
There's nothing dubious about Hurley's work. His ideas are all sound.
His ideas are no use to us here. In science as in law, theories must be proven before they stand. In Germany, the technique has already been employed in the courtroom as the basis of evidence. Scotland Yard has a small quantity of the chemical reagent used. With your lordship's permission, we could shatter all vestiges of doubt within minutes.
This doesn't look good, Bruno.
Why not?
Well, we know, don't we, that there's blood all over the front of Ginny's coat. If they tested with their chemicals...
Oh, help! You're right! I was forgetting what happened yesterday.
Don't move, Ginny. I'm going to shoot.
That's not Mr. Windibank's blood. That stains from 2 months ago. That's Mr. Mason's blood from when he was stabbed by McGilded, who was wearing the coat at the time. My lord, the defense objects to the test proposed by the prosecution.
Overruled. Lord Menzies, make it so at once.
With pleasure, my lord.
And while we await the results, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination.
Oh, once they find that blood on the overcoat, Gina will be...
Counsel.
Yes, my lord.
Your cross-examination.
Of course, my lord. If this cross-examination doesn't go well, if I don't manage to uncover some decisive evidence or a really compelling clue now, I have a very bad feeling about the outcome of this trial. Cross-examination, the moment of the shooting! Alright, So what we have, ruffian jostling the broker, still near the entrance. Went to bank through Nash over the counter, felt a sharp pain in the arm. Stood the man, showed himself in the storeroom, could see him through the peephole in the door. Accused in black coat shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. Saw the blood spatter all over that wretched girl. And she tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape. The problem is there's so many points to it that just don't make sense. And it's like I need one specific thing to go against, you know? Okay, we're gonna just press all the statements and go from there. So, statement 1, ruffian jostling the broker, still near the
Hold
entrance. Mr. Windibank emerged from the storeroom, I believe. Ringo and Nash was scouring the counter when he suddenly appeared and flew at them. He already had the revolver in his hand. Fortunately, I wasn't too close. I've never been so scared in all my life. Yeah, we're just your regular mild-mannered burglars, that's all. We don't like violence. Says the pair who carry a gun. What do you mean when you say you were near the entrance to the shop? I was in the doorway, running my eyes over the shelves of forfeited items. Looking for the music box, of course. The broker went for Nash in the first place. Then Ringo joined in, making it 2 against 1, so I assumed they could handle the situation. But I was wrong. I was trying out my little bruv, but the old geezer took me over the blooming counter. So I pulled me gun on the old fella, and that soon made him scarper.
A pair of you setting upon the poor defenseless pawnbroker together? Shame on you.
Sorry, Gov. Alright. When you bang through Nash over the counter, felt a sharp pain in the arm. You mean that's the moment you were shot? Yes, though I didn't immediately realize what had happened, of course. Things crashed to the floor from the counter as the 3 men were brawling. It was at exactly that moment that it happened, so I didn't hear the gunshot. And the bullet went on to strike the calendar of the wall behind you. So it would appear. When I looked at my arm, I saw it was bleeding badly, so I wrapped my handkerchief around it. Seeing as I couldn't explain what had happened to a doctor, I had no choice but to wait for it to heal. I didn't imagine it would still be bleeding 2 days later. Did Mr. Windibank intend to shoot you, do you think? Well now, I don't imagine he even noticed I was there, to be honest. Perhaps the gun went off accidentally. Anyway, it didn't quite strike home. When I pulled my gun on him, he tried to shove me out of the way. And then he scampered through that door out back.
At which point, what did you do?
Alright, statement 3, pursue the man, show himself in the storeroom, could see him through the peephole.
Hold it!
You mean you chased after him? I don't recall the reason why, but I ran after him to the back of the shop. What about this peephole in the door you mentioned?
Well, unsurprisingly, the storeroom's door is a sole job made of stout wood. But there's a small opening in about head height that lets you see what's in there from the outside.
Actually, I should know that, shouldn't I? I looked through it myself that night. Excuse me.
What about you burgling brothers? Did you see what went on through this peephole as well?
No, not likely, Gov. Didn't see nothing of the sort, Gov. I doubt these two buffoons were even aware of the people's existence. So the Skulkin brothers were there, but they didn't see the killing of Mr. Windibank take place.
Inside the storeroom, I could see the broker and that young girl standing there. The defendants?
Yes, though neither of them noticed that I was looking. The girl raised her gun and pointed it straight at the man.
And then, what did you see next?
Accused in a black coat shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. Wait. So much of this just does not make sense, man. Yes, when the crime was discovered, the defendant was found with a gun in her hand. But that was Mr. Windibank's gun, from which only a single bullet had been fired. And as we've already established, Mr. Graydon, that bullet was fired at you. Ah, but no, it wasn't the broker's gun that the pickpocket girl had when I saw her. Yes, the bullet from Windibank's gun grazed my arm, and yes, the Skulkin's gun grounded the detective. But this was another gun entirely, a third gun.
The broker's gun was not the murder weapon, so clearly there had to be a third firearm involved. In other words, the accused must have had her own gun with her at the time.
Objection!
But no other gun was found at the scene.
Calm yourself, counsel.
Sorry?
You must consider the events in order.
Huh. At first I saw the broker and the girl glaring at each other, but then, all of a sudden, the broker turned to run. And it was at that moment that the little gutter rat shot him in the back.
A chilling image, I must say.
I saw the blood spatter all over that wretched girl. There's just so many things that are wrong. So we're on number 5. I saw the no. I saw the blood splatter all over that wretched girl.
Hold it!
All over her. Yes, through the peephole I saw it clearly. Of course, the stains are invisible now, what with the coat being such a dark color. But I assure you, that garment is sullied with the victim's blood. Well, it is sullied with blood, that's for sure.
But it's not Mr. Windibank's blood, is it?
No, that's right. It's Mr. Mason Milverton's blood from when McGilded stabbed him 2 months ago.
It's so annoying. If only they'd accept Hurley's chemical analysis, we could prove that.
But they won't, so unfortunately we can't use this evidence to support our case.
Bother.
Alright, tossed the gun out of the peephole, he picked it up and escaped. Did I hear you correctly? She threw the gun out of the room? That's right. After the broker fell to the floor, she started walking over.
Over where exactly?
In the direction of the storeroom door, to where I was watching. Of course, I quickly retreated, and then the girl dropped the gun through the peephole onto the floor on my side of the door.
But why on earth would she do such a thing?
I couldn't tell you. Perhaps she was hoping to distance herself from the murder weapon. Without thinking, I went and picked it up. I suppose I was worried about just leaving it there in case any more tragedies took place.
So it was you, in fact, who took the third gun from the scene of the crime?
Yes, it was yours truly. I left the clear up to my lackeys and left. Clear up? We made a bit of a mess around the counter, so Mr. Whistle Air told us to tidy up. I think he's a blooming bum sometimes. Well, I was paying you enough, by God. Ugh. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket? You're like a bull at the gate, aren't you? Oh, you're getting tussled for some reason, huh?
Excuse me.
Gentlemen! No, I didn't have autoplay on, sorry.
Something wrong, sunshine?
That should be my line. You do realize you were just violently shaking Mr. Skulkin?
Blimey, this Steve's a bit of a hooligan, ain't he?
What was going on just now?
You saw him. He grabbed me whistle. Why the blazes, he said. Didn't you mention the third gun when we got you down at the station?
And why didn't you?
'Cause we didn't know nothing about it when that flaming peephole in the door. Sorry about that. I can be prone to lose my rag sometimes. Not her, are you? God blimey, see the way he's looking at me? I'm telling you, this thing gives me the willies.
That was strange. Inspector doesn't normally get quite as worked up as that. You wouldn't normally grab someone.
No, that wasn't like Grixie at all. He's normally all sweetness and light no matter what I say to him.
Yes, well, I think you might be a special case, Iris.
Well, anyway, that was definitely out of character.
My lord! I question your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Explain yourself, officer. I have the results of the test that was ordered earlier, my lord.
Ah, the blood on the accused's overcoat. The blood of the murdered victim. That blood?
Thank you, officer. Very well. The cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objection, counsel.
No, my lord.
Well, there you have it.
Hi, kitty.
The report, please, Inspector.
Yes, sir. Traces of human blood were found on the overcoat of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade.
From the extent of the stains, it would appear that they were the result of spattering following a gunshot wound. End of report.
Goodness me.
See, what did I tell you?
Objection!
No, the blood on that coat is not Mr. Windibanks.
What on earth makes you say that, Counsel?
The coat originally belonged to Magnus McGilded. Just before his coat was deposited at Windibanks, McGilded had fatally stabbed Mr. Mason Milverton. So, the blood on that overcoat is the blood of the brickmaker from the omnibus case.
Objection!
Oh, well, the dead cannot speak. Isn't that right, my Nipponese friend?
Sorry.
2 months ago in this very courtroom, did you not argue fervently for McGilded's innocence? And yet now that the man is dead, you brand him as a murderer? Your conduct shatters any shred of respect you may have earned for yourself in this country.
But that was... I call it a bally disgrace. Treachery, that's what it is. How to determine whether the blood on that coat is 2 months old or not? Even a stereoscope couldn't help the answer to that problem, Bob. It can't be done. But... We use Mr. Sholmes' specially formulated chemical... Mr. Sholmes is a detective, not a chemist. Would you put some faith in the chemical formula devised by me, for example, when I'm a communications officer? I held that Pirosquito starving boy, and he ran away crying.
Sherlock Holmes is barely more than a figment of the public's imagination. His name carries no weight in this courtroom. No weight at all.
How could you say that?
A victory is sweet indeed. This proves that my testimony is the whole truth from start to finish. How do you arrive at such a conclusion, sir? As the witness said, the accused coat was spattered with the blood of the victim. The only way Mr. Graydon could possibly have known that fact is if he saw it happen. In other words, his testimony is solid and the conclusion is singular. It was the accused who shot the victim in this case. That is the whole truth.
Ah! Slam. My lord! Been a long battle, this one, but this old warhorse has something to say now, if you please.
Mr. Foreman?
As of this moment, sir, the squadron has reached its final decision. Ready, men? All for one now. Sir!
Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Well, it would appear the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached a unanimous verdict. The defense has consistently failed to unpick this witness's testimony. Yes, to any attempt you may make at unpicking the juror's decision being equally successful.
I don't believe it. After I've come so far. How was it all unraveling on me so fast? very distressing to be held in such low esteem. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo?
Officer? You've delivered a report now. That'll be all. Thank you.
It occurs to me with some regularity, Mr. Naruhodo, that scientific truths are determined not by science, but by none other than the human mind. I know that voice. Am I going mad? Ah! Mr. Sholmes! Okay, I was not expecting that.
What is the meaning of this?
I was not expecting that.
Order! 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 What business do you have here, detective? Last I heard, you were recuperating in the hospital.
As well I would be if I had not been sent upon an errand.
What errand?
Hurley, it's really you! You're awake at last!
Yes, good day, Iris. I appear to be rather late to rise. My apologies. Now, my lord, if you will humor me.
In what manner, sir?
I have something of great importance I wish to get to the young lawyer over there. I need no more than 5 minutes. Would you be so kind as to spare us the time?
What say you to this, Lord Venzeeks? This trial has taken many hours of the court's time. Having spent so long already.
Exactly! Having spent so long already, we don't want to go wasting any more precious time!
As I was saying, having spent so long already, it would seem churlish to deny the defense a mere 5 minutes. Very well then, counsel. You have 5 minutes.
My dear fellow, I apologize for my tardy arrival. Mr. Sholmes, you're right now? All right, I'm all wrong. Sorry. I've only just managed to summon the strength to stand, man. I asked the judge for 5 minutes. But I fear that even that may prove too much for me. Pray forgive me, should I pass out? Let's make this discussion as short as possible.
Hurley, this place is full of idiots. None of them can see how wonderful your chemical blood analysis is.
Oh, well, that concoction of mine was really just a bit of sport to assist me in my investigations. I never took the trouble to refine it for appraisal by the scientific community. An oversight on my part. Right. Modesty? Surely not. What's enough of that? I'm here to give you this, my dear fellow. What's that? A lavender furoshiki wrapping. A leaving present from Miss Susato. From Miss Susato? If possible, matters were to be settled without me giving you this. Those were her instructions when she asked me to do her this favor. I don't understand. Miss Susato foresaw today's events, I believe. She knew that the culprit would attempt to escape justice by means both devious and underhand. And that you, Mr. Naruhodo, fighting fairly as you were wont to do, would find yourself in considerable peril. At the very moment of crisis, you were to be given this small parcel. Those were the dear lady's instructions. A leaving present from Susato-san. Whatever could it be? What is this?
Oh! It's the machine I made.
Ah! I can't remember the machine. Oh, the hole puncher thing.
Look, I use this. It's my latest invention.
What is that?
I call it the Cat Flapper-Mat. It can make a cat flapper little very fun like Waggy in seconds. What's Susie up to?
Mr. Sato muttered the following words before she left. I'm a failure. I don't deserve to be a judicial assistant.
What? Did she say something like that?
Really are the best judicial assistant in the world.
Well, that's extremely flattering. But I'm sorry to say that I've been a complete failure.
Whatever did she mean by that, Mr. Sholmes? That night when you left Windibanks in pursuit of the thieves, Mr. Sato made use of this contraption for a certain purpose. That is your answer, dear fellow. Not at all cryptic, then. Sato's son used this flapper-mat that night? But why? Cat flapper-mat has been entered into the court record. Your 5 minutes is over. Huh? We're out of time already? Wait, I want to see something really quick. Before I do Sholmes' line, and with the cat my way anyways. I want to double check something really quick, right? There was no flap on the door originally! How did I never see that before? What? Oh my gosh. Hi. Hey. Would you like to go out? Yeah, there you go. Bye, buddy. All right. I'm grateful to you for affording us that brief recess, Mr. Reaper. I need no thanks, Detective. After all, the die is cast. Is it really? The jurors are unanimous in their leanings. No doubt my learned friend will consider a summation examination. But any attempt to alter the verdict now would be utterly futile. I wonder. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? The rest is down to you, dear fellow. What is your plan? The rest is down to me. I need to be careful here. If I make a wrong move, the trial will end badly. My lord, the defense requests... I feel like further cross-examination is correct. But it might force me to do a summation examination. I'm gonna do the cross-examination. Further cross-examination.
Objection!
The jurors have spoken. Protocol dictates that you may not cross-examine a new witness now.
Objection!
The defense is not asking for the cross-examination of a new witness. Rather, to continue with one of an existing witness.
What?
It would appear that a rather important detail has escaped your attention, Mr. Reaper. My lord! Requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination.
Thank you, officer. Very well. The cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended.
Yeah, because he only suspended it. It hasn't formally ended.
I presume you have no objection, counsel.
No, my lord.
So nobody can say anything then. If Reno asks to resume his cross-examination of Mr. Graydon, the court is obliged to...
The court is obliged to allow it.
This is absurd! I will remind those present that this is my courtroom. I concur that the defense is entirely within its rights to request the continuation of the cross-examination. However, I will not permit an unremitting protraction of these proceedings. Therefore, I have decided to afford the defense one final opportunity in concluding the cross-examination. Counsel, you must choose but one statement from the witness's testimony, and but one piece of evidence to present in support of your argument against it.
A single chance to present evidence?
If, following that, the situation remains unchanged, I shall move to adjudication. Is that clear, counsels? We will not press the witness any further. My lord.
Yes, my lord. A single statement and a single piece of evidence. Most generous. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, it's high time I fell in a dead faint. I leave this in your capable hands. He's just gonna pass out. Yep. Mr. Sholmes! I love how he just passes the way he passed out. Oh no, okay, I did knock that off. Okay.
To stand so insouciantly before the court in a state of such a high fever, either the man has extraordinary strength of mind or an extraordinary lack of feeling. I imagine he's feeling very little now. The detective is sleeping soundly in one of the antechambers.
Strike a man when he's down, why don't you?
Well then, counsel, are you fully prepared?
Yes. One statement. One piece of evidence. I won't let Mr. Sholmes down. Or Iris. And I won't waste this final chance that Susato-san has given me. This is going to decide the entire outcome of the trial.
Very well then. Under the terms I've outlined, you may resume the cross-examination.
The moment of the shooting. Again. Alright, so we need to do the peephole. Hey. 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 Yep. Thank you. Okay. So I do want to make a save here because I don't know where it's gonna throw me. In case I do mess up for some reason. It's 100% this statement. But the question is, do I show the picture or do I show the cat flap-o-mat?
Objection!
Okay. Got it.
What on earth is that eccentric contraption, Council?
Ooh, it's my cat flap-o-mat, my lord. It makes a way for cats to get in and out of a room. It can cut through any door you can think of and make a new little door in the middle of it.
That's right, my lord. It's a device for creating so-called cat flaps. Small doors for cats to come and go as they please without their owners having to open the main door. I'm sure we can all work that out for ourselves. But that cat lover's contrivance has no possible relevance to this case. Oh, really? Of course it doesn't. To start with, there was no cat flap in the pawnbroker's door.
Not being a keeper of cats myself, I'm afraid I fail to see what this has to do with the matter at hand.
Perhaps it would help if I described its function another way then. This contraption is able to create a peephole in any door you can imagine in practically no time at all.
I beg your pardon? A peephole, you say?
2 nights ago, we arrived at the scene only minutes after the murder of Mr. Windibank had taken place.
That's right. According to the paperwork at the yard, it was you, your Japanese assistant, and Sholmes.
Yes, the 3 of us were together, and it's recently come to my attention that my assistant made use of this device at the time.
Your assistant did what?
There was a peephole in the storeroom door. I can attest to that. Because I looked through the peephole myself in order to see inside the locked storeroom.
This is ludicrous. What are you trying to say?
Of course there was a peephole in the door. I said as much in my testimony. How else could I have witnessed the crime, for pity's sake? Got you there. Yes. How could you? What?
Council, kindly say what you mean.
All right. It's time. Time to strike the final blow. What I mean is this, my lord. My assistant made the peephole in the storeroom door, and until such time as she did, the door had no hole in it to look through. What? No!
Objection!
This is a farce. Are you really suggesting that the peephole in the door was... Yes, it was created only after the incident had taken place by my judicial assistant using this device.
Your assistant tampered with the crime scene whilst being fully aware of the gravity of her actions. That is a most serious act of vandalism.
Which I humbly apologize, my lord. It was in the few minutes I left the scene in order to pursue the Skulkin brothers and alert the police. Nevertheless, in the light of this new information, it becomes apparent that Mr. Graydon's testimony is riddled with holes.
riddled with? Explain yourself, counsel.
The majority of Mr. Green's testimony that appeared to incriminate the defendant is based upon what he witnessed through the peephole in the storeroom door. Yes, that filthy girl shooting the man in the back. However, if at the time of the incident, that peephole did not yet exist in the door, there's no possible way that you could have seen what you claimed to have seen. In short, your entire testimony is a pack of lies. Ugh.
Order! Is there any credence in this revelation?
Objection!
None whatsoever, as my learned friend must surely realize.
Exactly. This is just some cheap trick designed to discredit me. I'm afraid not, sir. Of course it is. Do you seriously expect people to believe that plaything can put a hole in the door?
Oh yes, I designed it to be very powerful. It can get through even the toughest of doors.
That's absurd. I don't believe it for a second.
Haha, I had a feeling you'd say that.
What?
Raggy, gooey, time for dinner. Well,
Ah! Young lady, this is the Old Bailey. One does not make cat flaps in the old paneling at the Old Bailey. I'm not done yet. Don't worry. This doesn't mean that the people in the storeroom door when the banks was made by your machine. And there's no way you can prove that it was. Ah, but you're wrong about that.
no, but it's easy.
What?
The cat flaps in my cat flap-o-matic creates are all of a fixed size, and the dimensions of the people at window banks are an exact match.
Oh.
Old Silky's lost for words.
Excellent work, Iris. Thank you.
And now it's my learned student friend's turn to be lost for words, I feel.
Huh?
I believe your judicial assistant has already left the country for your Eastern Island home.
Well, yes, that's true.
And you may have some difficulty in establishing all of the facts. For the sake of argument, let us assume the people has dimensions that are a perfect fit for this contraption. In that case, when was the people cut? The prosecution demands proof of your answer.
Ah!
Don't worry, Runa. What's the purpose of your line of inquiry, Lord Menzies? It's very simple, my lord. The defense argues that the people was created after the incident using this device. But now that the perpetrator has returned to her native land, she cannot testify to the fact. There is no proof. And for as long as the defense remains unable to prove when the people was made, my learned friend's claim amounts to nothing more than a baseless accusation.
What?
Indeed, that is so, Lord Menzies. Well, counsel.
Don't give up now, Runo. This is the time to create your own opening and force your way through.
I don't know if I can do this, but I do know one thing. Susato-san is the greatest jujitsu assistant in the world.
Very well. The counsel for the defense will present evidence to support the claim made. Proof that the people on the door of the Windibank storeroom was created after the event and not before.
Take that!
What are you? A print from that detective's infernal cameras again.
My judicial assistant, Miss Susato Mikotoba, is an extremely intelligent and capable woman. Which is why I never had any cause to doubt that she would have considered this scenario and made sure I had the necessary proof.
And the necessary proof is this photographic print, counsel?
This print shows a scene in the shop moments after the defendant enters the premises.
Agreed. And it also shows the accused mercilessly wielded a gun in the direction of the defenseless broker.
But more to the point, it pictures the storeroom door in the background.
Let me see that print again. I don't believe it. This really is quite remarkable. The door to the storeroom is completely devoid of a people of any description.
Mr. Graydon. You couldn't possibly have witnessed the crime as you claim to have done. Because at the time it happened, there was no people in the door. In other words, your testimony is a catalog of lies.
Order! I am satisfied that the defense has substantiated its claim beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness's testimony was entirely fallacious. That's not the only thing we now know beyond all reasonable doubt. My learned friend's assistant's guilt can no longer be denied. The woman tampered with the crime scene. But more importantly... Good lord, there's more, Lord Van Zeeks. The defense may have established a reprehensible instance of perjury. But that is no proof that this man is the victim's killer.
Yes, that's right. What?
I was there at the scene, it's true.
And I was shot in the arm, it's true. But that's all. Yes, in fact, if you look at the circumstances, I am the victim here. Oh, please, no! I don't believe this. But they're right, as it stands now. I don't have any definitive proof that he is the culprit.
Still, he can't worm his way out of it now.
Iris?
You know what they say. There's no point locking the cat's door after the cat has bolted. Is that right, Bruno?
Oh,
As Hurley always says. One lie begets another. No, wait, that might have been a line I wrote for him in one of my stories.
Well, no matter who said it first, you're right. Mr. Graydon, not only did you give false testimony to the court, but the lies you told make no sense. Make no sense? What do you mean by such a remark? What you say in your testimony reveals that you know something you shouldn't have known. In other words, there's a fundamental inconsistency in your statements. What?
Objection!
This is provocative talk, counsel. Won't you enlighten the court to explain this alleged inconsistency?
Iris was right. One lie begets another. Inconsistency revealed by the lies in the witnesses' statements. They show that Mr. Graydon had knowledge of something he shouldn't have known anything about. Namely, the bloodstains on the coat. The bloodstains that were present on Miss Lestrade's coat. That's right, the victim's blood spattered all over her when she shot him. But how could you possibly have known that? Obviously, because I saw her do it through the peephole and the... The point is not that you lied in your testimony, Mr. Graydon. It's the nature of the lie you concocted that's so revealing. You're not making any sense. Then let me ask you a simple question. How is it, Mr. Graydon, that you knew of the existence of the peephole in the storeroom door? What? Well, obviously Has
the cat got your tongue, witness?
The peephole in the door was made after the incident occurred. And once it returned to the shop, having failed to catch the two burglars, Scotland Yard's investigators arrived immediately. Since that time, the police have been at Windibanks constantly, carrying out their investigation. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson?
Well, yes, of course, The place is chock full of pawned articles, and my lads have to thoroughly examine them all. So I gave the order to have officers working around the clock on shifts, so we get through it all.
And consequently, there's no way that you, Mr. Graydon, could have gained access to the shop. Therefore, you should know nothing about the peephole in the storeroom door. So, the fact that its existence formed the basis for your testimony is completely inexplicable.
Objection!
And yet, the fact remains that Mr. Graydon did maintain that he witnessed the crime take place through the peephole in the door. How on earth is that possible? Could I have a word, please, Lord Van Zeeks? Speak, Inspector. It's just I really ought to be getting back to the station now to put in my report. There's really nothing more I can add to this testimony, so if it's all the same to you... Permission denied. Oh. It's not all the same to me, Inspector. Not at all. You will remain exactly where you are until this trial concludes. Of course, sir.
Mr. Graydon. You shouldn't have known about the existence of that people. Which can only mean that you must have been informed about it by somebody else. Ugh!
Objection!
Stop there, my learned friend. You realize, I trust, that the words you just uttered have extremely serious implications. Yes. But the defense believes that the details about the case that Mr. Green claims to have seen must have been revealed to him by a certain person before his testimony. And, in fact, considering a particular clue we have, there's really only one person that could be.
Who is the person in question, counsel? Who gave this witness details of the crime scene to facilitate his false testimony?
Unfortunately, it was Tobias Gregson.
Take that!
The truth is, it can only have been you, Inspector Gregson.
Me?
Objection!
You had better have some proofs to substantiate such a rash claim, my learned friend. Consider the fact that we have only been aware of Mr. Ashley Graydon's identity for the last few hours. We learnt of it only during the course of the trial today.
Indeed. Preparations for testimony were made with great urgency during our hour-long recess. All the police executed the subpoena and brought the man here from the communication station.
And until that time, Mr. Graydon would have had no idea. No inkling that he would suddenly be required to appear in court.
Are you suggesting that until such time as he was summoned?
Yes, my lord. Until then, it's reasonable to assume he knew nothing of the peephole. It was only once Mr. Graydon was in the stand that he realized his position. That he would have to defend himself against the accusation that he was the third intruder.
You're suggesting to the court that was while this trial was in progress that he received the information? So that he commit perjury in order to save his skin?
Exactly. And the only person with knowledge of the investigation that he had any contact with is you, Inspector Gregson.
This is a bloomin' outrage! Why would I be giving away details of our investigations to this fellow, eh? I was summoned to his lordship's chambers during the recess in any case. Had you forgotten that? Quite true. I had a number of questions regarding the events that transpired at the pawnbrokery.
Which means...
The first time these two laid eyes on one another was after the proceedings resumed following the recess. Since then, they've been in full view on the stand where such illicit discussions couldn't possibly have occurred.
But they did occur.
Oh, I've just remembered something rare now.
What is it, Iris?
There was one time before, wasn't there? I think it was when Jeannie was testifying.
Yep. Thank you, Iris. Oh, yes. Now you mention it. When the bailiff was dispatched to retrieve McGilded's music box from the scene of the crime. That's it! It was during that testimony. I remember finding it strange at the time. Mr. Graydon and the inspector seem to be having some kind of secret discussion. It would have been possible for you to give Mr. Graydon the information he needed then.
You little toe rag, you're making all this up. I'm a respectable Scotland Yard inspector, for crying out loud. Why would I do something like that? Why would it be give away confidential details to the likes of this bloke?
Admittedly, we wouldn't have had any reason to do something like that for no gain. But perhaps it was part of a deal of some kind. Then it starts to make more sense.
Ugh, what deal, Counsel?
I wonder if perhaps, in exchange for details about the people at the crime scene, Mr. Graydon agreed to give a certain something to the inspector.
Ugh. I'm sure I need not remind the inspector that if found to be true, striking a deal of any kind with the witness would be considered a gross case of malfeasance. Well, I...
Objection!
It's becoming clear. Jumping in with accusation is this Nipponese student's specialty.
I don't do that.
But with the stakes so high, the prosecution is not prepared to listen to baseless charges. It is incumbent on the defense now to present evidence in support of its diabolical claim.
Evidence?
Just what are you proposing that the inspector demanded of the witness in return? The court must see proof of this alleged deal.
Inspector Gretson really did strike a deal with Mr. Graydon. And logically, there's only one thing he could have asked for. That must be it.
Nino, do you think it could be...
Yes. It's the missing link that would join all the dots together in this puzzle.
I must press you for an answer now, Counsel.
I'll make a save again.
What evidence explains the nature of the alleged deal that Inspector Gregson made with the witness?
It's gonna be the disc, 100%, so... But I'm just gonna make the save just in case. Because there's always a chance it's off, and I don't want to repeat a bunch of stuff. Because that's the only thing I have that could be related to it, so...
Take that!
Inspector Gregson. Besides this murder, is it not true that you've been working on another very important case?
What are you getting at now, Sunshine?
Is it possible that this other top secret case is what's alluded to in this newspaper article here? The classified secrets being leaked overseas from the Ministry of Justice?
Oh, how the bleeding lawyer could you?
We discovered during the course of this trial the music box deposited at Windibanks by Magnus McGilded, a special music box designed to play 2 discs at once. It would seem very likely now that encoded on the pair of discs that were in McGilded's possession are the leaked classified secrets. So, I put it to you, Inspector, that in order to recover the second of the discs containing those secrets, you covertly made a deal with Mr. Graydon in which you exchanged the discs for details of the case.
You little... Roar!
I was not expecting him to be part of it.
Order, order, order!
On the day of the incident, when we met you at Windibanks, you said this. I'll be taking that whatever it is of McGilded down to the yard, thank you very much. So hand it over.
No, don't give it to him. It's mine, that is. Mine.
I'm sorry, miss. But anything belonging to McGilded has to be taken in as evidence now.
Scotland Yard already knew at the time, isn't that right? That Magnus McGill was involved in the stealing of government secrets.
My orders were recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry. And do it on the QT, strictly hush-hush.
And that explains why, when I presented this disc as evidence to the court, you objected so heavily, I presume. Because you knew that it contained highly confidential information.
Blimey, not likely. I mean, I wasn't sure of it myself. I realized there was a possibility, that's all.
Inspector, surely you're not saying that in order to acquire the second of these music box discs, you did indeed reveal confidential details of the crime scene to the witness, to aid and abet this man in giving false testimony.
There's no other way that Mr. Graydon could have known the existence of the people. It's the only explanation. A deal was struck between these two men.
No! Gah!
Objection!
And I stress if the sobering assertion turns out to be founded in truth. It would mean that the second disc is, as we speak, here in this very courtroom.
Wait, what? In this room? How could you possibly make a claim like that? Come on, you've been making claims all day.
Because Inspector Gregson is a Scotland Yard detective.
What?
What's that supposed to mean, eh?
As a seasoned policeman, the Inspector will have approached this alleged deal with caution. Certainly, he would not have accepted a gentleman's agreement in this matter. No, he would have insisted on having the article agreed upon in the palm of his hand.
Good gracious, then you mean to say...
Inspector Gregson already has the item in question in his possession.
He has the second disc actually on his person.
Yes!
The defense demands that the inspector search at once. Definitely. They could only have struck a deal with each other when Ginny was testifying before. And Grexy hasn't moved from the witness stand since. My lord, please, order an examination of his personal effects immediately.
Well, Inspector... This young lad wants to tone down his imagination. He's insulted me in my profession quite enough.
Huh?
However, if it'll put this matter to bed and dispel any doubts about my involvement, then I'll happily submit to a body search.
What? He's going to agree to it.
I presume you're aware of the precipice on which you now teeter, my learned student friend. You made a most serious allegation against Scotland Yard here. If, following the search of the inspector's personal effects, no disc is found, you will be deemed unfit for court service, this trial will end, and my country's government will formally demand of yours that you are severely reprimanded.
That sounds serious.
Indeed, to have a visiting student make such defamatory remarks about our country's most senior police force.
It's not something Her Majesty's government will be able to overlook.
You're just threatening Bruno because you're scared.
Well, the accusation is beyond serious. You must be prepared for grave consequences. It's true. I can't imagine Gregson would have accepted a gentleman's agreement for something so critical. The disc must have physically changed hands, which means the inspector should have it. But somehow, something doesn't feel quite right here.
Very well, Counsel. You know the implications, so let me ask you one final time.
Yes, my lord.
Do you still persist in formally requesting a search of the inspector's personal effects?
Save. I kind of want, if the way he's acting, I think he was gonna get it on the way out. Yes, the defense formally demands a search to be conducted.
Well, don't say you aren't warned. But your typical Nipponese stubbornness may well land you in hot water this time. Perhaps the lesson will do you some good. Fair enough. I've got nothing to hide. Very well then. Bailiff, conduct a search of the inspector's personal effects, please.
The defense demands a search, but not Inspector Gregson.
What? Now what's all this? I'm the one you're accusing, aren't I? I thought you wanted to search me.
No, Inspector. Not you. Somebody else.
What's the meaning of all this, eh? Lost you at last, have you, sunshine? Of course you didn't have to put up with this nonsense. You're being completely irrational.
Be quiet, all of you. Sholmes again?
Bruno's doing what you all told him to do and having the courage of his convictions. So you should respect that and listen to what he has to say in good faith. Because that's the British way. Mikey. Meow, 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 meow.
Well said, young lady. Indeed, this court is in awe of the defense counsel's conviction and eagerly awaits his next words. You what? Now don't be hasty, my lord.
If I'm not mistaken about the things I've seen in court today, I'm fairly sure that I know who has that disc at the moment. There's only one person it can be.
Counsel, of whom do you request a search now?
As weird as it might be, I really think it is in Raiden's hands. Oh! He might have given it to the bailiff. It was actually Sherlock Sholmes. Oh. know, this is a 50-50 I don't like. There's no way he would give it back to Ashley here. I really think he would have given it to the bailiff, who turned out to be Herlock Sholmes.
Take that!
My lord, the defense demands this person be searched at once.
Good grief, what possible relation could exist between that person and this case, counsel?
Objection!
It would seem my Nipponese friend does not understand the gravity of requesting such a search. If the defense counsel's aim is humiliation, perhaps this will give him a taste of his own medicine.
Oh, that wasn't right.
If Crixie doesn't have the disc at the moment, the question is, where could he have hidden it?
Trouble is, he's been in the witness stand the entire time, in full view of everyone in the courtroom. Not an easy situation in which to go hiding anything, really. There's honestly only one place you could possibly have hidden it, then.
Perhaps in another person's pocket, someone with him on the stand?
Wait, would it be the Skulkin brothers? If I'm not mistaken about the things I've seen in court today. I'm fairly sure that I know who has the disc at the moment. There's only one person it can be. Would he have put it back in Gina's thing? Oh, this is upsetting me now.
Take that!
My lord, defense demands this person be searched at once. Oh, this is probably wrong again.
Objection!
Yep, okay. Okay, I got it wrong. Alright, we're just gonna go to Ashley at this point. I swear to God, if it is the Skulkin brothers, I'm not gonna
Take
be
that!
happy. Mr. Ashley Graydon, my lord. The defense man say he be searched at once. I don't know why I didn't just go with this the first time. I'm such an idiot, you know?
very well. I presume you will not protest, Mr. Graydon.
Au contraire. And so a brief body search was carried out by the court bailiff. A few short minutes later, it was revealed that Mr. Graydon had nothing unusual on his person at all. Yeah!
Well, counsel.
If I'm not mistaken about the things I've seen in court today, I'm fairly sure that I know who has that disc at the moment. There's only one person it can be.
Counsel, whom do you request to search now?
Take that!
Of my lord, Mr. Nash Skulkin.
Well, I never.
Blimey? Me? Him?
Very well then, bailiff.
Yeah, because he's gonna get arrested anyways.
Restrain the witness and conduct a thorough search of his personal effects.
Please, my lord.
Inspector.
Scotland Yard, has to object to this search.
Objection!
Unfortunately for you, Inspector, your objections carry no weight here. In this courtroom, only the prosecution and the defense have the authority to object. But Lord Van Zinks! I have no idea what forces are in play that might influence your actions. But personally, I have no intention of obstructing the course of this trial. Bailiff, carry out the search.
Now, hold on, Mo. I don't know nothing. Nothing about no disc. Cut it out! Ah!
Yeah, my lord. In the witness's pocket. I found this. Good lord, that's another music box disc.
I don't know nothing about it. Nothing.
Wait, is Gregson actually the third Skulkin brother?
That is the second music box disc left behind by Magnus McGilded. Is it not Inspector Gregson?
Order! Mr. Skulkin, what have you to say for yourself?
Gordon Bennett. I mean, just Gordon Flaming Bennett. I swear I didn't know nothing about that disc. Honest to God.
Counsel, would you please explain what exactly is going on here? The alleged deal that was struck between this witness and this detective, no?
Without question, my lord.
Then for pity's sake, why on earth was this man in possession of the disc that the inspector traded for information?
Inspector Gregson is a shrewd, calculating man who rarely loses his composure. But one particular point in this trial, he exhibited some unusual behavior for a brief moment.
I don't recall what unusual behavior.
It was, yes, during my cross-examination of Mr. Graydon. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket?
I admit to nothing of the sort.
While Mr. Graydon answered my questions, the inspector appeared to have grabbed Nash Skulkin by his coat and was shaking him violently. Yeah, he didn't know that me noggin was gonna fall clean off, I did. I was wishing I'd been born as me brother, I was. What exactly happened to make the detective attack you like that? I ain't got a clue. He just suddenly turned and grabbed me and whistled like that and started shaking me. Why the blazes didn't you mention the third gun when we get down the station? That's what he said. Yelled it right down my ear, all he did. My head's still throbbing now. The way the detective behaved then was extremely out of character. But looking back now, it must have been that he did it. That was the opportunity Inspector Gregson created for himself in order to hide the disc.
Well, bless my wig. He hit it. You. I'm afraid I fail to comprehend the motive here. If the detective had acquired the disc he was after, why on earth would he then proceed to hide it in another man's pocket? This is a court of law. He could have submitted the item as evidence. It would appear, my lord, that the inspector was not at liberty to do that. Why ever not?
As the man himself revealed earlier, his current assignment has some special conditions.
My orders were... recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the Ministry. And do it on the QT, strictly hush-hush. Hush-hush? A top-secret assignment, is it? As far as we're aware, the information stolen comes from confidential government communications. It would seem that if that information would be revealed in courts as evidence, it would be problematic. Does that sum up the situation, Inspector? I'm operating under direct orders from the Ministry. I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to answer that question.
So, realizing there was a chance that you may be searched here in court, you took steps to hide the disc you had acquired from the witness.
Oh, does this mean?
You only pretended to attack Mr. Skulkin in order to get close enough to him. To slip the second disc into his pocket.
It was all a pretense. Well now, Inspector Gregson, and you, Mr. Graydon. Are you prepared to admit to the accusation made against you of this alleged deal?
Admit to it. Yours truly, please. Mr. Graydon. Clearly, our Eastern visitor has an uncommonly active imagination. However, there's no proof that I passed the disc to the inspector.
Objection!
But then... how do you explain the reason why you knew about the people? I'm under no obligation to explain. What? Yes, I lied in my testimony. That I admit, so sentence me accordingly. But that is all I admit. Murder? Leaking government secrets? Striking a deal with the detective? All of it is this young Eastern man's fancy. I have no idea what any of that is about. You... what? Well, what about you then, Inspector Gregson? Do you admit to making a deal with Mr. Graydon in order to acquire the disc?
Ladies and gents of the jury, as a Scotland Yard Inspector, I will declare this and nothing more. I am acting in the best interest of this country. Whatever I've done, it's been in the name of justice. So, as members of the public of this fine country, I'd like to think that justice will be your guiding light when you're making your decisions. This is quite a quandary, indeed. Rarely have I encountered such extraordinary tumultuousness in the concluding of a trial. Nevertheless, in the absence of any further evidence to be presented, I believe it is time that we put the matter to the jury for their final leadings.
Well, now, as a fellow servant of Queen and country, I must say I sympathize with the old inspector. Yes, he's a dependable man, I'm quite sure. In service, one becomes a good judge of character. Even crossing your eyes doesn't help when it comes to looking at this case. It's all blurred to me. Well, As a fellow professional, I look to put my faith in a detective, really. Graydon is highly skilled operator. Stop! Currently in presence of idols. Stop! The detective has very much trust in his eyes. More than this, I cannot say. I don't believe it. These 6 jurors are... They're going to believe Gregson. They cleared the decisions now.
Is Ginny going to be found guilty?
If I don't manage to produce some definitive evidence right now, then we're going to lose. Either some proof that Graydon killed Mr. Windibank or stole those government secrets. Or some evidence to forge Gregson into admitting that he struck a deal with the witness.
Well then, counsel. I think it's time I impose on the jurors to declare their final decisions, no? That is, unless you have some compelling evidence you have thus far not presented to the courts.
If I let the judge call on the jurors to announce their leanings, Gina will be found guilty.
So there's no choice then, Bruno. You have to throw some more evidence at them.
This is it now. It all comes down to this. Who do I present evidence against? Gregson or Graydon? Okay. What evidence do I even have? Wait. Could the manuscript... I'm going for the manuscript here. Inspector Gregson, there's one final piece of evidence I would like you to see.
Eh? What's that then?
If you refuse to acknowledge that you did in fact strike a deal with the witness here today, then you leave us no choice but to examine this piece of evidence thoroughly.
Well, go on.
This is my last chance. Looks like I'm going to have to force his hand here. One final piece of evidence to get this detective to admit to the deal he clearly struck with Graydon.
Take that!
What on earth is this, counsel?
Irrefutable proof, my lord, of the corrupt dealings that went on between these two men. Or perhaps... irrefutable proof of the corrupt workings of my learned friend's mind. Oh. No, it was wrong.
Really, counsel, at this stage in the proceedings, I would have accepted a more considered argument. The defense will be duly penalized.
Okay, what would it actually be then? What evidence even is there? Leave it to the jury? I can't possibly decide this. I think all I can do is leave it in the jury's capable hands at this day.
No, Bruno. Look how far we've come. This is the final stretch. You need to pick the most explosive piece of evidence and throw it at the weakest witness. Hard.
Just before you do, you deserve an explosive punishment for that weakest of decisions. No, okay. Okay, so obviously not right. Okay. The Hound of Baskervilles.
That's right. I used Daddy's notes to write it. I think it's a great story. I don't know why Hurley's forbidden me to publish it.
No, it's strange, isn't it? Perhaps it's a problem with the title. Perhaps Mr. Sholmes is a family friend of someone who has that name or something.
Well, it doesn't have quite the same ring to it, but I could change it to the Hound of the Naruhodos.
I'm fairly sure that Mr. Sholmes is a friend of someone who has that name too. There's really nothing else with this. So history. Proof Graydon killed Mr. Windibank, stole the government secrets, or evidence to force Gregson into admitting he struck a deal. Let's go to Gregson again.
Take that!
What on earth is this council? No, that's not it. So we can't leave it to the jury. It's either Graydon or Grayson. What do you think, buddy? You have any ideas on what it could be? He's just sitting here. You got any ideas, bud? Alright, Ness, go on the first. Sakamoto is trying to help me contemplate the very last part of this case. Yeah, hope you're doing well. Oh, I'm so stumped by this. I'm not even sure what it would be. That's the problem. Like, would it be the music box? I'm gonna try Gregson with the music box. Inspector Gregson, one final piece of evidence I like you see. What's that then? We need to thoroughly inspect.
Take that!
Okay.
Is that Mr. McGilden's peculiar music box, Council?
Yes, with the disc already in place, ready to play. I think perhaps now would be a good time to listen to the sound produced by the music box again. Only this time, with the second disc we've just discovered set in place as well.
Goodness, this disc, Council.
Hold it!
No, wait! I can't let you do that!
Why not? Yeah, at the end of it too.
Because, well... Because it's got nothing to do with the case, that's why!
Objection!
Not true, Inspector.
Eh?
The defense has already proposed that the sounds heard by the court earlier from this music box were part of a Morse code message. We know that Morse code comprises of two distinct tones. The defense believes that the second disc contains the second tone needed to complete the message. And now we have a chance to confirm that theory.
For crying out loud, Sunshine! We're talking about state secrets here! If you go on letting the whole courtroom hear confidential information like that, it's treason!
Then do you admit the charge? Then in order to protect those state secrets, you engaged in unlawful dealings with the witness?
You're mad! If you let that secret information out into the public domain, you'll be making an enemy of the entire British government, you idiot!
Objection!
Let's not forget, Inspector, that you, a Scotland Yard officer, leaked confidential case details to a witness. That you continue to lie in court, and all because by fair means or foul, you're determined to do your duty. Well, by fair means or foul, I'm prepared to do mine.
Don't you dare!
I will stop at nothing to protect my client. I don't care who I make an enemy of. My lord, if you please. The court must hear the sounds made by that music box.
Come on, Red Zeeks, for Pete's sake, stop him!
Objection!
Inspector, you should know my methods by now. I'm a prosecutor. I'm no Scotland Yard puppet.
Ugh.
In this courtroom, my duty is to the law. So let me propose a toast to uncovering the truth by fair means or foul.
No!
Very well. The defense's stance here and that of the prosecution has been made very clear, I feel. Therefore, in accordance with the defense's request, the court will now listen as this music box is set in operation once more. This time with the second disc in place and both discs playing simultaneously. Oh, listen to that. It's unmistakable now. It's Morse code. alright, I admit it, whatever you want, but for love of God, shut that blooming box up! Let me ask you again then, Inspector Gregson. Did you, or did you not, strike a deal with the witness next to you in the stand, Mr. Ashley Graydon?
Specifically, did you furnish a witness with confidential case details in exchange for this music box disc? Did you reveal the existence of the peephole in the pawnbroker storeroom door, Inspector?
I did. Ugh. Stop! What are you doing, man?
It's all exactly like the young Eastern lawyer said. When the trial resumed after the recess, we were stood here in the stand together. That's when he approached me with the deal.
Shut up, you imbecile! Shut up! Psst, you there. You're the detective who turned up at the pawnbrokery the other day, aren't you? I may have something you're looking for, Inspector, with me at this very moment. So how about a trade? I suggest you accept. Or information that may make certain individuals uncomfortable will soon become very public indeed.
I couldn't let that information become public knowledge, not under any circumstances. So I accepted the man's proposal and told him details about the case that should have put him in the clear. The people on the storeroom door and the blood stains on the overcoat.
By giving false testimony, this witness intended to have the defendant wrongly accused of murder. Inspector, you knew that. Yet you still revealed the details to facilitate the witness's perjury.
I did. But then it turned out the people had only been made that night, after the incident took place. Scotland Yard wasn't aware of that, if I'm perfectly honest.
Well, Mr. Graydon, what do you have to say for yourself? There's nothing and no one left for you to hide behind. You struck a deal with the inspector in order to escape a conviction of a very serious crime. Namely this. You are the third intruder who broke into the pawnbrokery on the night in question. And you perpetrated the murder of the proprietor, Mr. Pop Windibank. You! Traitor! Well, damn!
Bailiff, restrain that man! At once!
But good lord, man, you just lost all control there. That's it then. It's all over. Just lots of breathing. I despise my life growing up. The slums are vile places. I was cursed from birth, born into poverty. Son of a penniless artisan. My parents did nothing but quarrel all day long. What little money they had was never spent on me. So I set about studying to better myself, to one day escape from that hellhole.
and you eventually became a communications officer. I admire your determination.
But then you decided to try to sell government secrets? Why? Isn't it obvious? Because I wanted money. Even now, years later, the nightmares of my life in the slums wake me in the small hours. I wanted to drown them out with more money than anyone who lived in that squalor could ever imagine. Then one day, I met him. Mr. Magnus McGilded.
You're a fiend with a square tail, so you are. I've money to throw your way if you're interested. All you need to do is go along with me little plan now.
I was to steal the ministry's telegraphic message logs, and McGilded would buy them for a handsome sum. As I was responsible for inspections of the administration's communications office, it was a simple enough task. The lure of the devil's offerings, how easy it is to succumb.
But you must surely have realized the seriousness of the crime you were committing.
And for that reason, I took great lengths to ensure that my actions were untraceable.
By using the music box.
My father was a brickmaker, while my mother divorced him when I was still a child. Yes, Mr. Mason Milverton. That's right. He was very skilled with his hands. He'd once been a music box maker's apprentice. I imagined his skills would be sufficient to create a machine that could generate Morse code. So I sought out my father again to employ his services. It was the first time I'd seen him since I'd left the slums 10 years earlier. Look at you, Ashley. What a fine gent you've become, eh? He was a different man to the one in my memory. A thin, frail old man. But poverty had never broken him, never corrupted him like it had me. I was sure that he wouldn't help me if I told him the real reason. So he made up a story. I've got some work for you, Father. I need some music box discs made. Music box discs, eh? A musician friend of mine has written some music he wants to sell to the public. I've brought the score with me. There are two, actually. I'd be delighted, son. It's been 20 years since I did any work like this, though. Fetch my tools, would you? They're in the loft. That's how I had to make the two discs. Thereby splitting the information in two, you were taking considerable precautions indeed. It was to protect myself as much as anything. It meant that I could deal with McGilded in two separate transactions. The first involved the first set of the two discs and the music box for playing them. I exchanged them with McGilded for 10 guineas. Then, on receipt of the second disc, he would pay 1,000 guineas. So, what happened on the omnibus 2 months ago? Was the second part of a deal? The exchange of the second disc? Yes. I'd sold the man information that way a number of times already. It seems he became reluctant to part with his money.
But that doesn't quite make sense, Mr. Graydon. For why was it on the omnibus 2 months ago? Your father, Mr. Milverton, was the one dealing with Mr. McGilded and not yourself.
And I received 1,000 guineas after my first completed dealings with McGilded. I decided to give 200 to my father for his troubles. But my father realized something was amiss. In time, he worked out that I must be involved in something dubious. And when he did, he said to me, "Next time there's an exchange, you'll let your old man do it, understand? Otherwise, I won't take your money anymore." That was my father's way of dealing with it, I suppose. Climb onto the omnibus, hand over the second disc, and then take the money from McGilded. That's it. He had no idea what was actually on the discs I'd asked him to make. He never knew. Just like I'll never know why everything went so horribly wrong that night. All I know is that the disc was taken from him, and he never returned home. Man. It was only then that I found out what sort of a monster McGilded really was. So after 10 years of not once uttering it, I swore on my father's name. To exact revenge. Revenge? As anyone with even the remotest knowledge of the man will no doubt be able to imagine. McGilded brought all his wealth and influence to bear in the most despicable of ways. To crush any semblance of justice in his trial. Huh. The crime scene was tampered with, evidence was fixed, and witnesses were bribed. My trial 2 months ago was a farce from start to finish. My feet had barely touched British soil back then. I walked into that hornet's nest, completely unaware of the sinister background to it all. I'd made plenty of money out of my dealings with McGilded by then, so I spared nothing in my arrangements 2 months ago. I knew exactly who to hire. If you're willing to pay the price, there are more people in the city willing to do anything you ask. McGilded himself had showed me that. Are you saying that? I think you have the picture now. After he twisted everything to his favor in this courtroom to ensure that he walked free, I took matters into my own hands and delivered the justice the monster deserved. That tragic accident following the trial here 2 months ago was planned and executed by yours truly. McGilded's death that day was caused by this man. Everything is ready, sir. If you'd like to follow me into the courtroom. What's this, officer? 'Tis sooner than I was led to believe. I hope it's not inconvenient, sir. There were some changes to the schedule. Well, I must be making tracks now. 'Tis time for the inspection. They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present for it myself. So that policeman came to tell McGilded he could examine the omnibus again. That's right, an imposter hired by me. McGilded used his wealth to manipulate the trial. He paid people to adulterate the omnibus with all manner of false evidence. He threatened witnesses to lie in their testimony. So I gave the man a taste of his own medicine. Once the omnibus was doused in paraffin, one of my sham policemen ushered McGilded inside and sent him on a one-way journey to hell. And that's how I avenged my father's death.
A spine-chilling account indeed.
But that wasn't the end of it for me. There was a loose end, you see. A loose end? Yes, I should think it's obvious. The second disc, which my father had taken to exchange with McGilded.
Ah, yes. There was indeed no mention of it in the man's trial 2 months ago. Clearly because it had been removed from the scene of the crime.
When I realized it was missing, I remembered something. Something from the first time I dealt with McGilded. This is the first of 2 discs, and the music box you need to play them.
Wow, look at that now! What an ingenious little invention! So then, as promised, 10 guineas for you, young man.
What's this? Windibank's Pawnbrokery.
Aye, it is a pawnbroker's ticket, so it is. You can use it to redeem an article I've deposited there for you. There's no need to give a name. Just hand over the ticket and tell the fiend the watchword. I've put the jewel in pawn for you. It'll fetch a good 10 guineas if you sell it, so it will.
I've never heard of a pawnbrokery being used in quite that way before.
Have you not, Mr. Graydon?
Hi. Hi. No! Wait. I didn't turn the autoplay off. No! Stop! Stop the autoplay! Stop the autoplay! Stop! Stop! I wasn't clicked in the game, that's why.
London's pawnbrokeries are very useful places, you know. Each one is like an extremely secure vault.
It's fine. Kitty, wanna go? So I knew that if he'd taken steps to hide the disc, it would be in that pawnbrokery somewhere. And that's on the night he killed my father. He must have entrusted the ticket to someone. Yes, to Gina. I remember now, and when we first met you in Windibank's afternoon 2 days ago. You had a description of Miss Lestrade written down. How did you know who you were looking for? From the trial, that pickpocket's testimony was clearly peculiar. Anyone could easily see that. I realized immediately that she was another of McGilded's pawns, that he must have threatened her somehow. I was fairly convinced it was her who had the tickets. So I started to make some inquiries. I had a strong suspicion the girl would come out of the woodwork on the redemption deadline. And he was absolutely right. And yes, sure enough, she did. All I needed to do was wait until the girl went to Windibanks to redeem the articles. Unfortunately, she redeemed only McGilded's overcoat and the one disc that was in his pocket. The all-important music box with the second disc inside was missing. Because it had already been forfeited 2 days earlier. But I was unaware of that fact. Had I not been, I could have avoided my nighttime excursion. Meanwhile, as our investigation into the stolen government secrets was progressing, we'd picked up on the fact that McGilded was involved. Inspector, you've recovered fast. My orders were to recover the stolen information as quickly as possible, so we started gathering the fellow's possessions and examining whatever we could lay our hands on. We had a full-scale investigation going on at the yard, but we had to keep it as quiet as we could. Then, when the inspector here took the disc from me in the pawnbrokery that day, I became nervous. I was sure the music box and the second disc was still there in the shop somewhere. So I knew that was a race against time. I had to find those articles before the police did. So that's what prompted you to break into the place that same night. With the help of your old friends, the Skulkin brothers. What happened that night in the pawnbrokery, I can only describe as a nightmare. While Nash and Ringo was searching the counter, I located the music box I told McGilded on the shelves of the forfeited articles. And the second disc was inside. Yes, I slipped into my pocket with a very deep sigh of relief. But then something entirely unexpected happened. What are you doing in my shop? A gunshot rang out in the shop, and I felt a very sharp pain on my left arm. The broker fired his gun, and the bullet pierced your limb. Yes, exactly. But unfortunately, I decided to bring my own gun with me that night, just in case. Bang! Before I knew what was happening, I'd fired back. Men had already turned to flee. I hadn't intended to fire in his direction, much less kill him. But unfortunately for both of us, the bullet hit home. It struck him in the middle of the back as he fled through the storeroom door for refuge. A sorry tale. It all took place in the blink of an eye. I don't imagine Nash and Ringo even realized what happened at first. I was terrified, so I fled. And that's the whole story. That's everything that happened in Winterbanks on that wretched night. Earlier, you called McGilded a monster. A man who used his wealth and influence to distort the facts and escape justice for the crime of murder. What tragic irony. But what you have done is exactly the same. You've become the very monster you saw and despised so deeply in McGilded. Yes, I think I have. Well, this has been a long and exhausting trial. However, it would seem that at last we have arrived at the truth. Inspector Rexing, what of Mr. Ashley Graydon? He's been restrained, my lord, and is being escorted to the yard. He'll be charged with the murder of Mr. Winterbank. and the stealing of government secrets.
Very good. And you, Inspector. Regrettably, you will have to face charges yourself.
Yes, my lord, of course.
It transpires that you were complicit in helping a criminal escape justice. The fact remains whether or not you were doing so in the line of duty. That fact remains, excuse me. The crime is a serious one, Inspector, and inexcusable. Now to the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade.
Yeah?
It is time for the final adjudication. Is the jury ready, Mr. Foreman?
Yes, sir. Gary Dab Squadron, standing by, sir. This is really it now. The last push, the final call, the finishing whistle. My men are ready to deliver their verdicts.
Thank you, Mr. Foreman. Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Will you now declare your final decisions to the court?
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty. Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty. Not guilty.
Ha ha ha! That's the stuff. I'm a fuck. I forget her accent. Oh my god. Finally, Bruno! You finally managed to do it! Finally is the word. I really wasn't sure if we'd come out on top for a while there. Susie was right. You're the best lawyer in the world.
Miss Lestrade, I'm not finished with you yet.
Eh? What are you looking at me like that for?
Before you start enjoying your freedom, there are certain other crimes to consider.
Eh?
2 months ago, in my courtroom no less, you gave false testimony, did you not? And in relation to the trial today, not only did you unlawfully enter Windibank's pawnbrokery, you also attempted to abscond with Mr. McGilden's property, it seems.
Eh? I never done nothing of the sort. Of course not. It's not like you were gleefully wearing McGilda's coat in your cell yesterday or anything. Aw, I just when I was getting excited about throwing a party for Ginny this evening.
And turn our attention to the defense. Determining that when played together, the music box discs contained a message in Morse code was, well, it was certainly a most unexpected revelation, counsel. Quite so, my lord. The prosecution was caught entirely off guard. In fact, I think we should applaud my learned friend's courage here today. I propose a toast to demanding that government secrets be disseminated before the entire courtroom.
Ah! Very sorry about that. It was the only way I could get Inspector Gregson to admit to what he'd done, so...
If I may say something on that point.
Isn't that... Oh, it's gonna be Herlock, isn't it? It's about the sounds produced by the music box before. I do wonder if that was really Morse code at all. What? What are you saying, madam? Oh, well, it's just that I'm really rather fanatical when it comes to Morse code, you see. So much so that the whole world seems to be covered in dots and dashes to me, in fact.
Goodness, madam, an unhealthy level of obsession one feels.
But I must say that, in my opinion, the sounds produced by those two discs
We're nothing more than that. A meaning in a serious series of two different tones. What? Can that really be true? Can that really be? It wasn't Morse code after all? My lord, the defense would like to listen to Music Box again.
Are you off your nut? How many times do I have to tell you? Those discs contain ministerial secrets, Sunshine. This courtroom is not an appropriate forum to discuss the nature of government communications. We know McGilda conspired to trade national secrets with their enemies, secrets acquired from Mr. Graydon. Now that the man has admitted to his crimes, we have no need to pursue the matter further.
But it's really going to bother me.
Miss Lestrade.
Yeah, me lord?
That which you have seen today here in this courtroom has been extremely disturbing. Falsified evidence, intimidation, perjury, a grim catalog of depravity. An appalling experience to befall any child.
Come on, ain't nothing I don't see most days in the back slums.
I beg your pardon.
If you're weak, you pay for it. That's just how life goes. Gina. Well, look, I reckon I'll work something out today. Well, that ain't fair, but if you want it to change, you've got to start at home. You've got to change how you are yourself.
Well, that's a very laudable lesson, I would say. I eagerly look forward to the board again, Miss Lestrade never gracing my courtroom with her presence again. Now, with regard to the murder of Mr. Pop Windibank, proprietor of a pawnbrokery business on Baker Street, I hereby declare the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade,
Not guilty. And there was confetti in the courtroom on that day. From where? Who knows? And fireworks inside a building. And a smoke grenade launched off. Which turned out to be fireworks.
that is all. Court is adjourned. My lord, on a personal note, I must say you've surprised me, my Far Eastern friend.
Ooh, not my learned friend. Ooh. Oh.
Despite being a Nipponese, you saw through the pretense to the malice that festered within that Englishman. And at the same time saw through the grime to the surprising heart of your English client. You have a curious talent for judging character, especially considering our very different cultures.
I don't think there's anything curious about it. Whether we're from the Empire of Great Britain or the Empire of Japan, we're all human beings. We're not so very different on the inside.
You know, I took this case for one very simple reason. To lock swords with you once again here in the courtroom.
You did?
When I encountered you for the first time 2 months ago, it reminded me
of toasting friendship and trust with another Nipponese, only to find my trust betrayed. Through you, I hope to look into the eyes of the man I once knew and try to understand. You mentioned something similar earlier today about total betrayal at the hands of the Japanese. What happened exactly? Well, you may ask. And one day, when the time comes, you will learn the answer, whether you like it or not. Alright, then I'll wait for that day if I must. Coming to be known as the Reaper of the Bailey in my retirement from service 5 years ago gives me cause to wonder if our meeting has some deeper purpose. So, farewell, my learned Nipponese fellow, until we meet again. th of April, 5:24 p.m. The Old Bailey, Defendant's Antechamber. It's done. It's over at last. But where's Iris disappeared to? Ah! Congratulations, Gina. I knew it all along. I knew that you were innocent.
Well, you did what I said, Mr. Nat Odo. You believed in me right up to the end. You're as odd as your name.
What's odd about it? I told you I had faith in you, didn't I?
No one ever has before, you see. Kept a promise, I mean, properly.
That's awful.
I'll figure something out today. All my life growing up in the slums, I've never trusted no one. That's just cause I've been scared of being stabbed in the back. I mean, the more you trust someone, the more it hurts when they let you down.
Yes, I think I can understand that. After all, I had a taste of it in that trial 2 months ago. I chose to trust someone and paid for it. That betrayal left a big scar. You know, though, Gina, I worked something out quite recently, too. Trusting in someone else is really an exercise in learning to trust yourself. When your gut tells you it's the right thing to do, and your trust is rewarded, there's no better feeling in the world. I think I have you to thank for reminding me of that valuable lesson.
Oh, well, if you say so. Don't make a fat lot of sense to me, though.
I'm trying to say that putting my faith in you, Gina, has been a real pleasure.
We're crying out loud, packing in. I suppose. I sort of feel the same way. I know! Get away from me, dude. I'm sorry. I mean, sometimes trusting someone else is, you know. Alright.
Thanks. This is the way I see it, Ryunosuke. A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. After this experience, I'm starting to feel like I understand what you mean. Kazuma. Am I living up to your expectations? Am I turning out to be the lawyer you believed I could be? Pardon the interruption. Well, what the deuce does a man have to do to be noticed around here, my dear fellow? Ah, that voice. It's too late for that voice now, Mr. Naruhodo. I've been standing here patiently in the corner of the room for an eternity. Ah, ha, ha, ha! Yes, it was me all along, I would have said when you finally noticed me. But you people, with your incessant babbling... Mr. Sholmes! Ha ha ha! Yes, it was me all along, you see. I assume you've been taken back to the hospital, to be honest. Indeed I was, but I managed to escape again. Oh. I happen to be aware of one or two foibles of the doctor who was tending to me. I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and happily issued me with leave of absence. How very above board. But enough of my adventures. That was a fine victory, Mr. Naruhodo. Your tireless efforts are justly rewarded, I feel. Congratulations are in order. As a close friend, I tip my hat at you. Oh, thank you. Huh. Some great detective you are. Great being cold as ice, maybe. Have I hurt you in some way, Miss Lestrade? Well, you've been having the snooze in your nice soap bed. Some of us have been fighting for our lives. Ah, well, that bullet did cause me to lose a substantial amount of blood, it's true. So I have indeed been feeling somewhat cold, perhaps cold as ice, but, well, have a feel. Could you take your hands off my neck, please, Mr. Sholmes? No touchy. And in some way, I suppose congratulations are in order for you too, Miss Lestrade. What's that supposed to mean? Why so half-hearted? Well, naturally, it isn't my intention to alarm you, but... an acquittal in a trial with that particular prosecutor is perhaps a little precarious. Well done, Mr. Sholmes. Not alarming in the slightest. Oh, the rape you mean? Because anyone's found not guilty in trial, he was working on one's dead anyway, is that it? The very point I was trying to make. As exemplified by the fate of Mr. McGilded, in fact. But of course, I pay no attention to such irrational drivel myself. Yeah, well, it don't bother me. Oh, really? Of course, not the way I see it. The Reaper's a bit like him, so, I'm upstairs. I'm upstairs? You mean, like God? Yeah, I'm upstairs, what's what, right? He knows what people are like on the inside. Hey, I've got the wrong end of the stick. Now, some cobs like that buck trotter, what are rotten to the core. At the end of the day, I'm upstairs to make sure they get what they deserve. I suppose that's one way of looking at it. Divine justice is one thing, though. Reaper taking matters into his own hand and claiming lives is another.
Well, I ain't like the McGilded of this world, so I ain't scared. I got principles, see?
A trait in you which is to be admired, Mr. Strayed.
Oi! Just give it a rest, alright?
As I was saying, congratulations are in order. The news of your acquittal was very welcome news to me indeed. Let me express my heartfelt congratulations, Gina.
Well, There you are, Hurley. How long have you been here? Honestly, I went to the main entrance especially to meet you there.
Iris, my dear, I do apologize. But wait until I tell you what happened. His pair made utter fools of themselves.
What happened?
As you know, I have a penchant for disguise. I was hiding in this room just as a bailiff. But these dolts didn't notice my presence at all. They had no idea. Can you imagine, Iris? Would you credit it?
I'm not sure, really.
I beg your pardon.
I'm sorry, Hurley, but you just don't have the weighty presence you seem to think you have. In fact, you really ought to be careful about that. It's going to land you in trouble one day.
Oh, be careful. Ouch.
Anyway, it's such a shame. I'm so hoping you throw a party for Ginny tonight. But you won't be able to come, will you?
Don't look like I'm gonna be going anywhere for a while. You're the judge's patter. I've got stuff to make amends for, apparently. All them offences. What was it again? Breaking, entering, taking the ball, trying to stuff what was in it, blah, 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 blah. Yes, I think you'll find that basically being a pickpocket is the main offense.
But diving ain't an offense. It's a job, isn't it?
I don't think so.
Still, it has got me thinking all this. Maybe I should stop looking for another line of work.
I mean, you didn't start off as a lawyer, did you, Aldo? Well, no. But I was never a pickpocket.
Well, anyway, I reckon I could make a change. I'm gonna do something for all them lot like me from them slums. Something that makes a difference for them. That's a wonderful idea, Ginny, and I'm sure you can do it. What is it?
Nothing. Miss Gina Lestrade. The prison carriage has arrived, ma'am. Come with me to the rear gate at once. So much for everywhere. Ah!
Right. Well,
Looks like I'm off then. Yes. Goodbye, Gina. And good luck. Waldo? Yes? Ah! What was that for? I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to say, so. Ah, indeed. Perhaps the situation calls for a phrase hitherto missing from your vocabulary, Mr. Strain. Eh? On occasions such as this, I would recommend a simple thank you. Oh.
Oh, yes, it's good advice, Ginny.
Right, I see. Well. That. Thanks, Odo. Thank you for everything what you have done, for believing in me. Not at all. In fact, that should be my line. Thank you, Gina. It's so nice to see her smile for once, though. Well, here she goes. I wonder if I'll ever see her again. Well, why the indomitable pigpuss?
Oh, I nearly forgot. I bought a paper outside. It's a special edition. It has Charles all over the front page. Pickpocket's innocence proven. Isn't it wonderful?
You should have shown it to Gina, Iris. She would have been thrilled. Also, I think the cat farted and left.
Oh no, how silly of me. But anyway, would you like the good news or the bad news?
Oh, not again.
Well, what do you say, Bruno? Hurley?
As usual, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first. Absolutely not. I have no intention of listening to anything but good news.
And there you have it. How people answer that question says a lot about them, doesn't it?
Let's not go there.
All right then, maybe let's start with the good news this time. Rain has finally stopped. It was a record level of rainfall, apparently.
Well, that is good news indeed. We can journey back in greater comfort. All right then, what's the bad news?
The huge storm has left the seas very choppy. The channel in particular is awful, so sailings out of the Dover have been delayed by a day or more.
Wait, Dover?
That's right. If we head to the station immediately, we may still make it in time to wave Susie off.
But there won't be a train, surely. We couldn't be that lucky. Who do you think I am, Mr. Naruhodo? Mr. Sholmes. I rushed to Victoria Station earlier and made arrangements for a special express. If we hurry now, we shall be there in time for dinner. And I know of a fine restaurant that serves the most delicious baked sole. I don't. The great detective does it again. Indeed he does. I happen to be aware of a number of the rail transport director's foibles. What? So he blackmailed them. I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and happily laid on the locomotive elementary. Just an idea, but it might be wise to stop manipulating people that way.
What are we waiting for then? To London, Victoria!
18th of April, 5:32 a.m. Port of Dover, Wayside. That took somewhat longer than I had anticipated.
Susie's boat must be about to leave now.
Mr. Sato, where are you? Over there! Look! Looks like she's reading something.
Hold it!
Mr. Sato, wait! What are you doing?
Mr. Naruhodo, what are you doing here?
We came as soon as we could after the trial. I mean, we heard that sailings were being delayed due to the bad weather, you see.
Oh, I see. Then tell me, how did Gina's trial go?
It went well. She was acquitted.
That's wonderful. Really wonderful news.
The book you were about to throw into the sea. It was an Encyclopedia of British Law, wasn't it?
Oh dear, I was hoping you hadn't seen that. I'm not worthy of practicing law in any way now. So, I was saying my final farewell.
You were saying goodbye to law? You? Susato-san? Would I be correct in assuming it's because of the peephole, Mr. Sato?
I deliberately altered the scene of a crime, and I tried to hide the fact. What I did is utterly unforgivable. That reminds me. How did you even come to have this, Susie? On the evening of the incident, Mr. Sholmes had invited Gina to dinner, if you remember. Oh, yes, we had a wonderful time. Well, Gina gave us a little introductory lesson, didn't she? To the art of pickpocketing, I mean. Oh, that was so much fun. I stole Bruno's armband.
Yes, please don't do that again, Iris. That band's very important to me.
Well, if it's so important, you should pay more attention to it. You didn't notice for ages. On a whim, I thought it would be fun to see if I could take the cat Flap-O-Mat, so I put it up my sleeve. Really? And then I rather forgot about it, till I found myself in Mr. Windibank's shop with it later that night.
I see.
And then... Ah! Mr. Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes!
Leave me, Mr. Naruhodo. Right.
After Mr. Naruhodo had left the shop, I started to think that door started to play on my mind.
The storeroom door, you mean?
Yes, if Gina was anywhere in the shop, I realized it could only be behind that door. And at that moment, the little device I had up my sleeve sprang to mind. I was so worried about Gina, I simply had to know.
So, use the cat Flap-O-Mat to make the peephole in the door.
Yes, captured in the photographic print of the shop. By one of Hurley's red-handed recorders.
Indeed, it was of the first importance, that point. Precisely when the peephole was made, that information would prove to be Mr. Naruhodo's greatest weapon. No, naturally, without proof, it would have amounted to nothing.
But when I looked through the hole in the door, the sight that met my eyes made my blood run cold. Thoughts started to run through my mind. I remember that trial 2 months earlier. The trial of Magnus McGilded. I thought about how he had manipulated the evidence and arranged false testimony to secure his freedom. It made the bridge system justice feel very dark and sinister to me. And then, a terrible thought occurred to me. What if some wicked criminal was planning to do the same thing now? Oh. Because from the appearance of the crime scene, it looked exactly as though Gina had shot Mr. Windibank. Even though I was sure she would never have done such a thing.
You were worried that the true culprit would try to frame her for the crime?
That's right. But then I realized it would be very difficult for anyone to give false testimony in this case.
What do you mean?
Well, the crime appeared to have happened behind the door of a locked room. For someone to claim falsely to have witnessed it, there would have been a way to see beyond the door.
Ah! For which a people would be the very thing.
Only the people I had made wasn't actually there until after the crime had been committed, of course. And the criminal would know that, so it wouldn't make any difference.
But the possibility of a rather ingenious trap was there, was it not? A trap?
Is that why she did it? So is that why you kept it a secret, Susie? You never mentioned that you made the peephole to anyone, not even to the police. I know, and I knew at the time what I was doing was wrong. A criminal offense, even. That's why I decided to confide in Mr. Sholmes. If Mr. Naruhodo was completely backed into a corner with no other possible means of escape, the truth about the peephole could save him. That was my plan.
She really does think of everything. But then... why didn't you just tell me everything before the trial began? My dear fellow, you're not thinking straight. If she had done that, it would have rendered you complicit in the whole escapade. Ah. You could have been disbarred if you had seemed to have knowingly tampered with the crime scene. So, Mr. Sauter decided to shoulder the burden of responsibility alone. For your sake and Mr. Lestrade's. Mr. Sato.
The truth is, when it happened, I did it because I lost a little of my faith in the law.
Oh?
I was worried that the right person wouldn't be convicted of the crime. But the moment I allowed myself to think that is the moment I lost my right to call myself a judicial assistant.
What you did isn't comparable to what he did. Raiden is the one who lied in the witness stand, using that people as a way to implicate Gina. And besides, if the people inconsistency hadn't existed, I'm not at all sure that she would have been acquitted in the end. Mr. Sato, what you did saved Gina's life. Well, with your kind words, Mr. Naruhodo, you've saved me too from my regrets. Well, we must all be thankful that Miss Lestrade's freedom has been assured. Yes, exactly. Although some of the loose ends in that trial would continue to play on in my mind, I'm sure. But the revelation that the music box disc contained secret messages, Mr. Naruhodo. What a triumph to work that out. I'm full of admiration. Well, actually, that argument wasn't quite as compelling as I thought it was. Oh? It wasn't? It was a communications officer among the jury members, you see. A telegraph operator. And she said that the majority of the sounds on the disc were just meaningless tones. As one would expect, after all, we are talking about secret government communications. No doubt they were written in cipher to avoid being readily understood that they have been intercepted. In cipher? I see. So then, we could have never hoped to understand the message anyway. Nonsense, my dear fellow. It's quite a zero-pipe problem, I assure you. A. So, Gi? What?
Well, that can't be a real word, can it? How funny. Wait, Iris, what did you just say? Oh, I just said Asogi. Does that word mean something to you?
Means something? Asogi was the name of my best friend.
What? But how? How do you know that name, Iris? I wrote it down during the trial before, and the message was playing on the music box.
She transcribed it on the fly? She really is a genius.
I thought the message probably wouldn't be written out in plain Morse code, so I tried various ways to interpret it. But whenever I tried, the words just didn't seem to make any sense. That is, in English at least. Oh. It suddenly occurred to me, you see. There's more than one Morse code, not just the English variety. Various countries around the world have altered and added to Morse code to use it in their own languages.
I don't believe it. Are you saying...
That's right. I've only actually seen a chart of Japanese Morse code once before. I think it's based on the eyebrow ha pangram, isn't it?
And you mean to say that in Japanese Morse code, the message says Asogi?
Yes, I think so. Sorry, but I don't remember all of the Japanese Morse code. Iris, would you let me see that?
Mr. Sato, do you know it? Do you know Japanese Morse code?
Yes, I spent some time studying it. Because I'm quite sure Morse code will become ever more important for international communications.
Then might I recommend, my dear madame, that you focus your efforts on the English version?
Be that as it may, Iris, show me the message, please. Of course.
this possibly mean? Whatever is in that long sequence of supposedly meaningless dots and dashes, it's made the color drain from Susato-san's face. There's no doubt this message is written in Japanese Morse code. So the British Empire has been using Japanese for its secret communications? I don't understand the reason why, but... the message appears to be a list of 4 people's names. 4 names? The first is Kei Asogi. Kazuma Asogi. Why? What was his name on that disc? The second is A. Shin. Shin? I don't recognize that name. The third is T. Guregusen. Guregson? It would seem Tobias Gregson is the learned man on the list. And what's his name doing in the secret government communication as well? And the last name? What's the matter, Miss Susato? Oh, it's her father, isn't it? It's just so strange. So unexpected. Oh, what is it, Susie? Don't keep us in suspense. Last name is J. Wilson. What? Wilson? John H. Wilson? You mean Daddy? Oh, it's a hit list, isn't it? It says only J. Wilson, so I'm afraid I can't be sure. Then after the 4 names it reads, if I translate from Japanese, that is all 4. And that's the end of the message. Or rather, the end of what you noted down, Iris. I just can't believe it. Who would have ever thought that those discs contain Japanese Morse code? Not to mention a strange list of some disturbingly familiar names. It would appear that this particular message is a communication of some kind between Great Britain and the Empire of Japan. So, Daddy could be in Japan now. Where Susie and Runo come from. Oh, well... no, it's not very likely, really, is it? I mean, there are thousands of people with the surname Wilson. There must be lots of J's among them. Professor John H. Wilson, visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University. But we can't tell Iris about that now. We just can't. This is so strange. Somehow, in solving the case of Mr. Windibank's murder today, I feel like I've rolled back a boulder at the mouth of a very dark cave. Wanna go out? I do wonder if perhaps it's a dark cave we shouldn't go wandering inside. Oh dear, the ship is going to set sail soon. Yes, it seems so. I'll sail on that steamship first to the port of Dunkirk in France. Then I'll change onto a larger passenger vessel bound for Japan. You're really going then, Susie? We wish you safe passage, Miss Susato.
Thank you so much. I wish all of you the very best.
Mr. Sato, I'd hoped to always have you at my side to guide me and support me.
Mr. Naruhodo.
Please, come back soon. As far as I'm concerned, you really are the very best judicial assistant in the world.
I'm quite sure I'll be back before you know it. Really, Susie? Oh, now don't forget, Iris. I made you a promise I've yet to fulfill. A promise? About your manuscript.
Oh, yes, the Baskervilles.
Well, I'll be waiting for you then, Susie. A promise is a promise. Definitely, Iris. Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes?
Do you remember the first time we met?
Yes, of course. On the SS Berea, when I was dragged out from that wardrobe still half asleep. If I remember rightly, you threw me halfway across the cabin with the Susato takedown.
You know very well what I'm talking about after that. It's strange, but being thrown together as we were in that case, I somehow felt straight away that you were the perfect person to continue Kazuma-sama's great legacy.
The Susato.
And my instincts were right. I really want to believe, no, I'm sure that I'll be back soon. Farewell until then.
Somehow we seem to have come to the end of the adventures of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Or the first volume, at least. Looking back now, it feels as though fate has led me on this journey. Fate led me to becoming a lawyer, to traveling halfway around the world, to meeting the great detective. I'm sure there'll be trials and tribulations ahead. Of course there will. But whatever happens, I know I'll be able to turn my fortunes around. After all, I have the greatest friends in the world on my side.
Ah, yes, Mr. Naruhodo! Yes, Mr. Sholmes? I have some rather awkward news. The railway company has decided to sue over the special express train, apparently. Huh?
It caused such a commotion on the line. All the other trains had to wait at stations.
But really, we would never have made it to Dover in time otherwise. Anyway, I explained everything, and how it was all your fault. Huh? Huh? I believe a formal complaint should be delivered to your office tomorrow. But not to worry, my dear fellow. According to Miss Susato,
You love defending yourself in court.
huh? Huh? Huh?
It's all right. I'm perfectly happy to testify. He really didn't look like the sort of man who'd do something so outrageous. See?
Mr. Sholmes? Yes? A word, if you don't mind. Why, certainly, any word you like. Belt out, my dear fellow.
Oh, yes, I love Bruno's words, and I know just the one he'll use here.
Then I really must say...
Objection!
Alright. If this is the credits, I will let them play as usual. We are going to raid Music and Gaming's event that is currently going on. It is a retro remix. I've contributed with joining in an archipelago, so that'll be scattered throughout the event. Thank you everybody that was here. I do sincerely appreciate it. Something was afoot, though it transpired. I had ordered them all myself, so I advertised them for sale used by Mr. Sholmes to solve an important case. I'm not going to read all these. And the money of it, consultant detective which pays a pittance by comparison. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to let the credits go. I'm going to let all these play. I'm not going to talk over them. I will be back officially on Monday around noon time Eastern. I hope you guys enjoy the weekend. Enjoy the rest of your day, guys. I will see you on Monday. I'm hoping we start with BioShock then, but make sure you guys stick around for the raid and take care. Peace.